The Wight County School Board is hereby called to order. Today is Thursday, December 14th, 2023. This meeting is being held at Westside Elementary School, 800 West Main Street, Smithfield, Virginia. Wight County Schools is preparing students for college, career, and life. And the clerk will take the roll call.
Mr. Cunningham?
Present.
Mr. Wooster?
Present.
Mrs. Tynes?
Here.
Mr. Marsh?
Here.
And Mr. Colick.
Present. Now we'll have the approval of the agenda or amendments for the closed session.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the agenda for closed session as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, the clerk will take the vote. Okay, next we'll have the motion to go into closed session.
Mr. Chair, I move to go into closed session to review the personnel report posted on Board Docs under Personnel tab number 18.1, as authorized by Virginia Code 2.2-3711A1, for purposes of discussion and consideration of prospective candidates of Wight Public Schools for employment, contract changes, transfers, salary adjustments, supplemental contracts, deletions, supplemental pay, resignations of Wight County School public employees, and to discuss matters involving 2 foreign exchange students that would involve the disclosure of information contained in a scholastic record concerning students, as authorized by Virginia Code 2.2-3711A2.
Second.
Okay, we have motion and second. Any discussion? No discussion. The clerk will take the vote. Okay, everybody voted in the affirmative. Mrs. Whitlow, has anyone registered to speak in closed session?
No, sir.
Okay, the board will enter closed session at this time. Let me get this back.
1,800.
Yeah.
John does.
The meeting of the Isle of Wight County School Board is hereby reconvened in open session. We'll start with the certification of resolution of compliance.
Mr. Chair, I move that the closed meeting was conducted in conformity with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act as required by Section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia, and certify that only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements were discussed, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? There is no discussion. The clerk will take the vote.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, everybody agrees. Next, we'll have the approval of the agenda or amendments for the open session.
Mr. Chair, I move to amend the agenda for open session by moving agenda item 16.3, financial monthly reports, to agenda item 16.1, and to add the following items to the agenda for open session: rescinding the consideration of approval to transfer FY 22-23 textbook fund carryover to the general fund, and new consideration of approval to transfer FY 22-23 textbook fund carryover to the general fund, and to add memorandum of understanding for the CTE residential home project.
I'll second that.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? There is no discussion. The clerk will take the vote.
And as you guys vote, I'll just let you know, I'm going to be adding, if you approve, I'll be adding the action item to 15.4. And the other ones will be under 16.
And that is passed. And Ms. Clerk, we will be counting on you to keep us straight with all these amendments. And next, we will have the moment of silence and a pledge of allegiance.
Would everyone please rise and take off your covers? Thanks. And now for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I want to welcome everyone to tonight's meeting. This is our last meeting in 2023. It's also my last meeting as the board chairman. I would like to thank each member of the board for your trust you placed in me, and I hope that I did everything I said I would do in the manner I said I would do it. We may not always have agreed, but everyone was always given an opportunity to say what was on their minds and have put input into every action we took. Again, thank you for your support over the last year. I also want to thank the entire staff of the school division. I cannot say enough about the professionalism of every staff member that I came into contact with in the central office and in the schools and in the other supporting facilities. I would also like to thank Mrs. Denise Tynes for her dedication to the school board, as well as to the students and staff of Wight County School Division. While we may not always have agreed, Denise, you never hesitated to make your positions known to all. I also appreciated the candidness of our phone conversations, particularly when I first joined the board. Now, I know that you're not going to be sitting at home, so whatever you decide to do next, I hope the best for you and your family. With that, on behalf of the Isle of Wight School Board, I thank you for your 8 years of dedicated service to this county. Now, Ms. Tynes, please.
I would like to thank all of you, and to all of the students out there. I'm going to be joining you January as a student because I'm going to complete my doctorate degree, okay? So I will be a student just like you are now, just on a different level. And I'll say something to you all later. Thank you.
Now, before we go on to the very first agenda item, Ms. Briggs has a few words to say.
Thank you, Mr. Collett. At this time, I'd like to announce that we have a special recognition tonight, sort of adding on to what Chair Collett just shared. Ms. Tynes, would you mind joining me down here on the floor? And we'll have just Ms. Tynes come down here for a minute, and I'm going to ask my elves, Ms. Getz and Dr. Coleman, if they can assist Dr. Coleman. Okay. The plaque. There we go. Okay. Tonight is Mrs. Tynes' last meeting with the board as a representative from District 1, formerly the Smithfield District. Ms. Tynes was elected to the Isle of Wight County School Board in November 2019. During her tenure, she supported growth of the division's CTE program, oversaw the construction and opening of a new Hardy Elementary School, and helped to guide the division through a global pandemic, just to name a few things. Ms. Tynes also previously served on the school board from 2011 to 2014. She is a class of 1975 graduate of Smithville High and earned her bachelor's degree from Norfolk State University and her master's degree from Hampton University. Ms. Tynes is also a former member of the Smithville Town Council and the Virginia Municipal League Legislative Committee. She has served on numerous community boards and steering committees, including the Western Tidewater Community Service Board and the Blackwater Regional Library Board. As a former special education educator with IWCS, Ms. Tynes has always been motivated to ensure all students have the best education possible. A self-described advocate for the less fortunate and mistreated, her compassionate nature is evident in her work throughout Isle of Wight County. During her time on the board, her pride in the students has been obvious. We thought it only fitting to provide you with two gifts, both made by students. First, a plaque produced in the Smithfield High Makerspace.
I just love students. Just like I told my board members when they come on, it's not about us, it's all about the students. Isle of Wight County education is all about the students. That's why we're here. That's why we exist, because of the students. Without the students, we don't need to be here.
And I know you don't have enough hands to hold everything, but we also have a beautiful arrangement crafted by the Windsor High Floriculture class. Beautiful. We want to thank you once again for your commitment to the families of Isle of Wight County Schools. I know you said later you're going to say a few words, so we'll make sure you're on the microphone when you say your words so we can get you recorded. But at this time, we would love to get a photo of you, and I'm going to ask the board members would like to come down and take a group photo with you. And Dr. Kramer, Ms. Whitlow, students, if you want to join Ms. Tynes down here, you're part of the dais. Mr. Pack, you're welcome to join too, as we celebrate Mrs. Tynes' service to Isle of Wight County Schools. You want some students? If there are any, you two go. You're fine. If anybody will open it to any students and guests in the audience who would like to be part of the photo, come on up. There, you can stand next to me. All right, thank you. So now we'll get the board members to join Ms. Tynes. Very good. Thanks for coming up. We'll get the board members next. Yep, and Connor and Samantha. Go ahead. Go up there. Hey, Mr. Elliott Pack's coming as well. Ms. Briggs is busy. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Colick, is it all right if I go ahead and move on to our next item? Yes. Okay. Thank you. So next we have our Isle of Wight Achievers. The vision for Isle of Wight County Schools is to create a learning environment that will enable every child to discover his or her unique gifts and talents. The Isle of Wight Achievers section of our board meeting gives us an opportunity to recognize and celebrate our students and staff for their unique talents and gifts. First, this is one we did last month, but due to some communication issues, our honoree was not in attendance. And we have a lot of folks here who have made sure our honoree is in attendance today. And that is going to be the RISE Award nominee. As I said last time, the RISE Award stands for Recognizing Inspirational School Employees, and that was created by Congress in 2019 to honor classified school employees who provide exemplary service to students and their communities. Virginia invites school divisions to submit a nominee from which 2 state-level winners will be selected to continue to the national level. This year, Isle of Wight County Schools selected Pam Piccinini, also known as Ms. Peach. So I am excited that Ms. Peach is here tonight. We have a certificate for Ms. Peach, if you can come up, Ms. Peach, and we have a pin. There you go. Very good. So Ms. Peach, if you can stand right here so our board members can see you front and center right here and face the board. We got you. We're going to give you plenty of direction. Miss Peach is an instructional assistant at Westside. So the audience members that you just heard cheering made sure Miss Peach got the message to be here tonight, and they joined her to celebrate her award. She is an instructional assistant at Westside. Wight County Schools submitted a video highlighting her outstanding service to the students and staff of Westside. That video is available on the Isle of Wight County School YouTube channel, and we also shared it on our Facebook page. So if you haven't seen it, please go check it out. It's a wonderful tribute to all the work that Miss Peach does here at Westside with all the children. So congratulations, Miss Peach. You're welcome. We'd love to get a picture of you over here at the screen. Can you stand there? And while Miss Peach is up here, all of you who are responsible for having her here tonight, you're welcome to join her in the photo. It's a team effort. There we go. Very good. Congratulations again, Ms. Peach. Isle of Wight County School nurse supervisor, LaDonna Roddy, was recognized at the Virginia Association of School Nurses, or VASN, Fall Conference as Virginia School Nurse Administrator of the Year. Nominees of this prestigious award go through a rigorous selection process, including a 10-page personal biography with self-reflection and letters of recommendation from professional peers. Nominees must also have been a member of VASN for at least 2 years. Ms. Roddy will represent Virginia on the national level at the NASN conference in Chicago in late June. And we want to congratulate Ms. Roddy. Did you bring your award up? Oh, good. Very good. Yes. She got a wonderful award at the conference in Virginia, and we want to wish her all the best at the national competition in June. Congratulations, Ms. Roddy. And I think we have some of her team members here tonight. You're welcome to join Ms. Roddy up here as well for a photo. Very good. Congratulations once again. Hey, these are just pins now when they come up, just pins. Now we're going to move to, Smithville High School. For the first time ever, the Smithfield girls volleyball team qualified for a regional and state playoff berth. Yes, the team finished as runner-up in regional play, which qualified them for the state semifinal round. They enjoyed a history-making season under first-year head coach Denaro Tagaloa. The Smithfield High School volleyball team's Cinderella season came to an end November 11th with a 3-1 playoff loss to Hanover in the Class 4 state semifinals. But it was, as we said, a historical season for this team. At this time, we'd like to recognize the students. So when you hear your name, if you're here, please come up, and we'll have you stand a little over here towards the center, facing the board. Sophomores, Carly Aylor, Casey Humphrey, and Chloe Shaw. And Chloe Shaw was selected as all-region second team. Juniors, Addison Hardman, Ankara Bile Nari, Ella Toll, and Katie Gallahorn. And Katie was also selected all-region second team. Isabella Dow, All-District Honorable Mention, All-Region First Team. Eliana Ophelia Araneta, All-District Honorable Mention and All-Region First Team. And seniors Ella McConnell, Ciali Higgs, All-District Second Team, All-Region First Team, and Carson Diggs, All-District Second Team, All-Region First Team, Second Team State. Managers Kinley Brady, Harmony Webb, Assistant Coach Jessica Wheeler, and we already said Head Coach Danara Tagaloa. Now, these are high school kids. It's the day before the last day of school before break. So, I don't think they're ditching the meeting. These kids get busy. But we are delighted that the coaches and a parent, very good, a parent could join us here tonight. And they've got a lot of outstanding players coming back. So we'll probably see these faces again next year. But congratulations. And we'll have you go over to the backdrop. Mr. Elliott will get a picture. I thought it was appropriate. I'll just say this real quick. The senior Carson Diggs, I thought, what an appropriate name for a volleyball player. And she made All-State. Yeah, that's perfect. Sorry. So that was perfect. All right, now we're going to move on to Smithville High cross country. The girls' cross-country team capped their regular season with a trip to regionals and state competition, and 2 runners from the boys' team also competed at the regional and state level. When I call your name, please come forward. The following students qualified and or participated in the state meet. Madeline Berry, Cadence DeStefano, Grace Dodson, Kylie Ingstrom, Yasmin Fan, Emma Hattemer, Lydia Jones, Emily Johnston, Paige Rainey, Sarah Wells, Ian Hawley, and Kaylin Kucha. Coaches are Stephen Shepard and Eric Berge. We congratulate all of these members of the cross-country teams on an outstanding season. Nice job, everybody. All right. You guys can turn around and face the audience real quick. Yay, there they are. And then Mr. Elliott is going to get you guys arranged over here by the screen for a nice group photo. Are all the family members good with their photos? Wait a minute. We haven't gotten the all clear from the family members. Thank you. And I also want to thank Athletic Director from Smithville High, Mr. Doolin, for being here tonight to support the teams. Thank you, Mr. Doolin. We'll now move on to our December Seniors of the Month. First from Windsor High School, the Senior of the Month for December from Windsor High is Bobby Rose. Bobby, if you'll come on up. And while she's coming up, Bobby is a genuinely nice person, and she has truly never met a stranger. She actually left out of Wight County Schools for a few years and was living in Colorado, but she eventually made her return to the division. Her transition back to the family at Windsor High School was seamless. She meshes well with her peers and embraces all aspects of life at the castle. Bobby participates in competition cheer, Scholastic Bowl, and Beta, all while taking upper-level courses. With her busy schedule, she still finds time to participate in National Guard Youth Program activities. Bobby is a team player in class and willing to help her classmates at a moment's notice. She has volunteered to work with students who have missed days in dual enrollment classes to catch them up on learning and mastering the material. This is a huge help to all involved in her fast-paced dual enrollment classes. Quote, Bobby Rose is one of the brightest students I have had the pleasure of teaching. She is kind, hardworking, and an active participant in her education. Bobby works hard to not only learn the information, but to thoroughly understand it. On a daily basis, she investigates topics and asks thought-provoking questions while maintaining her calm and pleasant demeanor. She is an absolute pleasure to teach, and her future is so bright, and that comes from Ms. Maggie Halstead, AP Government teacher. Bobby hopes to attend either North Carolina State University or the University of Boulder to study ecology and possibly work in the research field with the National Park Service. Congratulations, Bobby. We'll have you face the audience real quick. Very good. And then we'll have you go over to the backdrop. And family, if you want to get a picture and or join her in the photo, you're welcome to do that. Thank you. Congratulations once again, Bobby. The senior of the month for December from Smithville High School is Sunshine Huggins. I'm not sure if Sunshine's with us tonight. Sunshine. There you are. I did not recognize her without her crown. That's what it is. Sunshine. Okay. My apologies. So I am delighted you're here tonight. Sunshine, as we met last month, is an extremely well-rounded student. She represents her school community by participating in pageants, playing her harp at community events, volunteering with her church, and mentoring underclassmen. She is an energetic, outgoing student who always has a positive attitude. Sunshine was crowned Miss Juneteenth USA and is the inaugural Miss Juneteenth Virginia. Quote, Sunshine is not a young person who shies away from a challenge. She is a well-rounded student who has a true zest for life. She is a conscientious citizen and hard worker. She has a very positive attitude and an upbeat personality that draws other people to her. And that comes from Mrs. Terry Spady, her math teacher. Sunshine plans to attend Norfolk State University and major in music therapy. Congratulations, Sunshine. You can turn around. Go. And we'll have you go over there. And while they're getting Sunshine's picture, I will announce that this will conclude our Isle of Wight Achievers. I want to thank everyone that came out tonight and their family members who came out to support them. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Briggs. Next, we will have Ion Instruction from Smithfield Middle School.
Chair Colick, esteemed school board members, Dr. Kramer, student liaisons, and other officials. I am Danny Hensley, and I am joined this evening by Emil Huggins, Emma Fernandez, Elise Snow, Evie Bryant, Lana Green, and Lucy Brown. We are 8th grade students from Smithfield Middle School and are all taking Mrs. Rice's Drama 1 class.
I'm sure many of you tonight are probably expecting a dramatic performance. However, there is so much more to the world of theater. Tonight, we'll be diving into the world of theatrical design and technical theater.
When most people think about theater, they think about acting and don't realize that it takes hundreds of people working together to put on a show.
Yes, and people often forget that there are many more opportunities for employment working behind the scenes in commercials, theater, television, and film.
We have come tonight to share with you a project we have just completed, an altered book. Simply put, an altered book is an art object that has been created from an existing printed book. The book is altered through whatever means the artist chooses. This generally means using the book's cover and pages as a canvas on which to apply paint, collage, and sculpt at least one three-dimensional element. Students could also cut into the book to create a more sculptural piece.
Ms. Rice designed this project to introduce the Drama 1 students to the process used by theater designs to create sets and costumes. This project also introduced students to the proper use and care of tools and artistic techniques needed as we move forward designing.
We began our project by researching altered books online, then created a PowerPoint of reference images. Using the images, we then created 4 rough draft drawings of possible book designs. From these 4 rough draft drawings, we chose our best idea, then worked to develop a final full-size design.
Each student also created the character backstory for the owner of the book. Using the character analysis as a guide, we then created monologue, a long speech by one character. The monologue explained how the book owners came to possess the book and why the book was important to them. We then covered the book with a layer of papier-mâché. The papier-mâché layer serves as a base canvas for our project. We then painted the papier-mâché with a base coat of paint before beginning the sculptural portion of the project.
In conclusion, we learned the importance of creating rough drafts and final designs, how to use images as inspiration, how to create a well-developed character, the proper care and use of class art supplies, the importance of experimentation and artistic techniques, how to write a monologue, and problem solving. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Do you have any questions?
Could you hold up your books? And, it
Especially that holiday one, I really love that one.
was pretty neat.
The one with the holly and the bell. Oh, yeah. I like it.
That is nice.
Very pretty. Hold your books up.
So if I understand what you folks said, you guys not only created the book, but you created the character and a monologue to go along with it.
There was a monologue we had, but it kind of got left after school. A little in a rush. It had this little character on it where you can create your character out of your imagination. Like mine was The Conjuring, and I created a character who found the book in a secret cupboard, and he created this whole little story about her, and about her, how she found it, how she got it, and it explains to like the whole book and how it was made. Some people don't have an inside of the book, but I do. My book was about this girl finding it, and over the days it got names in it.
Nice.
Into a creation, and it was not a lot of people make the inside, but I had some extra time, so I did.
I have a question. Your book, I noticed you said you did some things on the inside of your book. The books that you have there are thick. Did you make your own books, or did you actually use a book and repurpose it?
We had a dictionary.
Oh, sorry. We had a dictionary that we used.
Okay.
We did have it too, but again, we left it. we had like this old red dictionary.
I got you.
It was big. We used it as a
Okay.
canvas, like they said, and we paper mached it. We had examples too. Again, left it. And we got foam, and on Elise's there's foam, as you see, and you use, oh my God, am I
Well,
explaining?
just use different things to create that creativity. I like that. I was just wondering about the books, but I understand about the dictionary now because they're obsolete for your generation. Because you all Google everything, okay?
Yeah.
But at least I'm glad you understand what another purpose for a dictionary. Thank you.
Are there any more questions?
No, thank you.
No, thank you very much.
Chair Pollak. Mrs. Buggs wanted to make sure we knew the ornaments that were gifted to you were made by Smithville Middle School Manufacturing and Robotics Club.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Buggs and the students that made these.
Mrs. Briggs, I have a question. The sponsor for Smithfield Middle School, I know they will have their books on display at their school, but I would like to see them have it on display someplace in the community, maybe the museum or something like that, because
Sure.
it's very unique. I like that.
Maybe the art gallery?
It doesn't, art gallery, someplace, because so other people can see it
Okay.
after they have it on display at the school.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, well, they are getting their photos taken with them beautiful books. We're going to get ready to see a video. It's the WHRO created a video featuring the Wight County Schools Land Lab that will air between television shows. And Mrs. Briggs will present it this evening.
Yeah, so as a partner with WHRO, our local PBS affiliate, they offer their video services to the school divisions that are partners with them. And we thought, what better opportunity to have them come out, see the Agricultural Land Lab, do a little video piece that we can use, but also something that will air throughout the community, throughout their broadcast area, and let more people see this gem that we have in Wight County Schools. So at this time, we have a brief video produced by WHRO.
Basically, Ag Lab is a working farm. It was kind of an idea 7 years ago that came from our superintendent and our school board to be able to provide the ag classes a farm where they can do hands-on education. They don't have to learn inside of a classroom building. They're able to actually come out and physically touch whatever we're working on, physically do whatever we need to do for class. Just a different way to learn ag other than out of a book in a classroom. Being able to get out here with our students, we get them excited about agriculture. We give them the opportunity to learn where their food comes from, maybe spark an interest to want to go into ag. Hopefully to give them that avenue of them to be able to maybe go somewhere and work, or maybe even start their own operation, small operation somewhere if they want to. It's just important. Farmers feed the world. Without farmers, we don't eat and we don't have any clothes to wear. So raising that next generation of farmers is very crucial to making the world go around. One thing that sets us apart is we have variety. If you walk around outside on the farm, you'll see a lot of different animals, a lot of different crops, a lot of different structures, just kind of giving kids variety so they can kind of find their niche and go in that direction.
I've been at the Land Lab from the time we stepped foot here. It's been about 7 years. We started out working out of our local high school in Windsor, then we moved out to this facility and actually was able to work out of Windsor Elementary School. We had a classroom in there. They were nice enough to house us there where we were close to the land that we'd be developing into the land lab. We have a great looking barn and a great looking main building, but everything out here at the land lab students have built with their own hands. So they leave their mark on it. And that's, I think, one of our biggest goals is to have those students take that ownership and create something that they can be proud of. That's the big goal, giving them opportunities, whatever it may be, however this place may grow, is to always give them opportunities to learn, and learn by doing. That's really what we do out here.
One thing I do like about learning at the agriculture farm is like life skills that can help me achieve more in life.
It is such a learning experience to be here, and there's always something new. Like, there's never a dull moment at the farm because you're just learning everything from crops to how to take care of animals and how to just learn to be a leader and communication skills and everything like that. Like, it's wonderful to be here.
One of my biggest surprises here was being able to learn outside and not just be stuffed in a classroom all day. I can do hands-on work here. I just enjoy being outside. It really gave a bunch of kids just a great opportunity to come out here.
WHRO, owned by 21 school divisions, supported by people like you.
Basically, Ag Lab is a working farm. It was.
We don't need to see it twice right now, but I do encourage you to go to our Facebook page. You can see where we shared it on our Facebook page and also on Instagram and Twitter, and certainly through WHRO, their YouTube channel. And we appreciate their efforts to, once again, share our story to the Hampton Roads community at large. Thank you.
Mrs. Whitlow, do we have any citizens requesting to speak?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
In accordance to policy BDDH-E, presentation of information on any subject will be concluded at the discretion of the board. No person will be recognized to speak more than once. Citizens scheduled on the agenda to speak will be permitted 4 minutes maximum time for their presentation. Delegations will be requested to limit their speakers to 2. Persons speaking are asked to be specific, state the issues for the board's consideration, and attach a copy of your prepared remarks. If you have prepared remarks, they should be given to the board clerk. Please do not approach the board members. Any matter relating to specific students will be heard by the school board only in a closed meeting. Rochelle Murr.
Is it on now? Can you hear me now? Mr. Chairman, school board members, Dr. Kramer, and all you other very, very important people, good evening. I don't have prepared remarks because I wasn't sure if I was going to get to speak tonight, but I will try to be very brief. I am a parent of 2 students in the Windsor district. I have 1 student attending Georgie Tyler and 1 at Windsor Elementary. I'm here to talk about the crosswalks and school zone markings for our Windsor schools. I've had some conversations with a member of the Windsor Town Council who brought up that the only known crosswalk that we have in Windsor is right in front of Georgie Tyler Middle School. And yay, we have a crosswalk in front of Georgie Tyler Middle School, but I am unaware of any other crosswalks or adequate school markings for the high school specifically, but also part of Windsor Elementary. At the Windsor Town Council meeting on Tuesday, they were told, this council member was told that this is a school board and VDOT issue, not a town council, so that is why I'm here. The only school marking that I am aware of for Windsor High School is on Church Street. As you head towards 460, there is a pentagon pedestrian sign, and underneath it is a school drug-free zone. There is nothing when you turn onto Church Street, heading towards the school from 460, there is no school marking. There is no blinky lights. There are blinky lights for the middle school and for the elementary school.
to my knowledge, the school markings have not been repainted after the repaving of 258. So other than the blinky lights, there is no markation that it's a school area. There's no painting on the road outside of Windsor High School, and I'm not even sure if there is for Georgie Tyler. Many students walk to and from school for the middle school and the high school, and I see this as a student safety issue because I know that many people do not care that it is a school zone and does not care that Church Street is 25 miles per hour. And I know that at dismissal for the high school, traffic can get very hairy, and I think that we all want the safety of our students. Thank you.
Actually, Dr. Kramer, I think I sent an email to you yesterday or this morning pertaining to the same subject from a different person. Okay. Thank you very much.
Martha Jackson.
Martha Jackson, District 3. Tonight I want to speak to you about a gift. This gift's mission, mantra, and focus is on students from Little Sprouts and pre-K all the way up to seniors in high school. Always students, always looking for paths to their success. This gift never settles for average, always offering her best ability and knowledge. This gift is a student who cared enough to say no at the most difficult times and to say yes when needed. This gift gives willingly of herself in support of academics and extracurricular activities. I'm talking about a rock star who is always there for students, who initiates and who leads. Now, I'm not talking about a gift that is missing MIA, toxic, or one who joined the board only to advance their career or boost their ego. Thank you so much for your invaluable and dedicated service to our children, a real game changer for the board, so incredibly passionate about the work that you do. You gave up nights and weekends to leave your family for meetings, strategic planning, and stayed right there in the trenches doing the work, and you were always committed to see us grow. You have brought us expertise, engagement, thoughts, and partnership to the table. This gift is the kind of girl that's not going to let what they say, what they didn't say, what they did, or what they didn't do stop her from what was assigned to her hand. Thank you for the gift of Mrs. Denise Newby-Tynes, always advocating for our students. We have learned so much from you. You're our gift. Thank you.
That's it, Chair Collick.
Okay, very good. Next, we will have the reports from the student liaisons. So Samantha, could you start it off?
So Smithfield's doing great. Basketball has been doing great this season, just started, but we're starting off with a bang. We had 2 games this week, both which we won. We beat Windsor and we beat Pocosin. And then today we had our Powder Puff volleyball. It was juniors against seniors. So that was a great thing for the students before we take a break. But yeah, that's all we got going on right now. We don't, juniors.
Yeah, so Windsor has been doing pretty good. Our VHSL theater team went to Charlottesville and placed 3rd in states. So we were very excited about that. Our girls basketball team is doing very well this season. And our Scholastic Bowl and forensics are starting back up. Now, I did some asking, and some complaints about the schools. The temperatures. It can be freezing in a classroom, and then the next day you're burning up. I mean, I've experienced it. So you just don't know what to plan for, so you just wear a hoodie with a t-shirt under it. The track and tennis courts, we can't have a home track meet. The tracks are torn up, and then tennis courts probably on their last season. I know we can't use one tennis court because it has a big hole in it. But and then lastly, just the bathrooms. I know the boys' bathroom, there's no soap. Either it's ripped off the wall or there's just not a soap thing. There's no soap in the dispenser. I can't speak for the girls' bathroom, but I think that's the same problem. I know that's just like the smell and like the overall cleanliness is not there. That's about it.
Mr. Walters, I just wanted to tell you about when you mentioned the heat in your building, which is Windsor, and I'm sure Mrs. Colliers, you experienced the same thing at Smith High School. That is just high school out of Wight County, okay? Been like that for years. But you know what? You'll make it through. The board, it's not so much they can do. It's just, I don't know, it's just something, it's the way it was built, I guess. But we have heard you over the years and the other students, and they have been there to try to fix it. They've done so as well as this year and over the summer. But I think the only way you can really fix that is to build a new school, okay? But we hear you. And I guess the only thing you all probably could do is get with your building administration and see if it's really too cold in a class, maybe something they can have put in there, to make it more comfortable.
Yeah, Mr. Marsh.
Hey, Connor, I just want to say thanks. So from my fellow board members and Doc Kramer actually reached out to our liaisons and asked them to give some feedback. So I think we all appreciate the positive reports. That's good. But you young folks are quite literally eyes in the field. So we also appreciate the candid feedback about stuff like restrooms and courts and so on. So keep it coming. Thank you.
Okay, thank you both for your reports, and like Mr. Marsh said, bring it up every month. But I know we're going to get on to the meeting, so before we do, I just want to wish you both a very safe winter break and a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Okay. Next, we'll go on to the presentations by the superintendent's staff. The calendar revisions due to the James River Bridge closures. Oh, they know. Yeah. They can go whenever they want.
Good evening, Chair Colick, members of the board, Dr. Kramer. Tonight, Ms. Briggs and I want to share some information with you about the James River Bridge closing. I'm sure you have all heard by now that VDOT has announced primary and secondary dates to close the James River Bridge in order to repair or replace cables. This is going to significantly impact Hampton Roads. It's going to significantly impact us as we have many staff members who live outside of the county. who are going to be impacted by the travel. We have proposals that we would like to share with you tonight and just kind of talk through it, and then we are also asking for some motions to be approved as well. So let's start with January. The primary dates will actually work quite well for us if they are accepted and move forward with those. February the 12th is a Friday, and so our proposed, oh, I'm sorry, January, so sorry, thank you. I got a little ahead of myself. January 12th is a Friday, and that is the first date of the announced closure. It's a primary date, and if we are able to move forward with that date, we are recommending that that be an asynchronous day for students and a work day for staff. So what we would do is staff would prepare students in advance, make sure they have work to do at home. So there would be no school that day for students or staff. Staff would be at home working.
Virtual work day.
And then it would be closed for the weekend. James River Bridge closed for the weekend. And on the 15th, which is Monday, which is Martin Luther King holiday, everyone is home. That is beautiful if it works out that way. However, they have also provided us with secondary dates in the event of like a weather issue, high winds, snow. Maybe they're not ready. We're not sure, but there are secondary dates. So if we do not close on the 12th, if the James River Bridge is not closed on the 12th, we don't want students to stay home. We want students to come to school. So what we are proposing is that if it's not the 12th and it's the next weekend, the 12th would be a regular day, and then January 19th and the 22nd are the backup days. So for those days on January 19th would be an asynchronous day for students and a virtual work day for staff. January 22nd, we are proposing that we would just have schools closed for students and staff that day. Now, we don't know when it's going to happen. And VDOT has told us they could make the announcement anywhere between 2 hours to 72 hours in advance. We are stating that Thursday the 11th by 3 p.m. in the afternoon, we will make that decision, and the superintendent will make the call, so to speak. Do we close on Friday, January the 12th, or are we able to be open? We felt that that would be time enough to give parents, time to plan to either be in school or to have their alternative backup plan if the students have to be at home. Okay? All right, so I'm just going to keep going, and then we'll pause for questions. Next, we also, January 31st, was originally going to be a student holiday and a teacher work day. We are proposing, since we are going to lose some in-person time, that we take January 31st, we make that a regular student school day. Regular for teachers, regular for students. Okay. So we've recouped that day. Regardless of whether VDOT goes with the primary dates or the secondary dates, we are proposing that January 31st become a regular student day. Okay, let's move on to February.
And the 31st would essentially be the last day of the quarter and the semester.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So for February, again, if the primary dates go through, it really works out well for us because January 2nd is already a day February, gosh, I'm so sorry.
You all right?
I'm all mixed up there. February 2nd is already a day that students are off, so we don't have to change the calendar for them. If it is February 2nd and February 5th, we are proposing February 5th actually would be a student holiday, so we're going to add that in, and then it would be a staff virtual work day. If the bridge is not closed to that weekend, it is going to be a regular day. So again, we are asking that the superintendent have the authority to make that decision depending on when VDOT closes the bridge. If VDOT goes with the backup dates, those would be the 8th, February 8th and February 9th, which happens to be a Thursday, Friday. And on those 2 days, we are recommending an asynchronous day for both days for students. And then one would be a virtual professional development day for staff. And then that Friday would be a virtual work day for staff. Again, we don't know, and we don't want to make the decision to close school right now if VDOT goes with the backup dates. We want to have the flexibility. So we're actually asking for 2 things tonight. One, we are asking that you approve March 31st, that become, gosh knows, I don't know what is wrong with me. I think I'm really ready for break, and I need it, obviously. I don't know why I said that. January 31st is going to be a regular school day, so we're asking you to please approve that. And then we are asking that you also give the superintendent the authority to make the decision of when to close that corresponds with the James River Bridge closings. So it's almost like you're giving him the authority, like in the event of a weather delay, weather event, he has the authority to make that decision. So that's what we are asking from you for tonight.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of good work went into this, so I appreciate it.
It's a lot of moving pieces.
Mr. Chair, ready for a vote?
I think it looks good.
Ready for a motion?
I am ready for a motion.
Okay. Oh, you have the motion? Oh, okay.
Is there any discussion? Okay.
I was going to make a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move to authorize the superintendent to close schools on the dates that correspond with the James River Bridge closures.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
Discussion.
Is there any discussion?
Not so much a question, but a statement.
Should the motion be approve the calendar revisions as presented with the closing? That's not the motion? Okay. All right.
Just a comment, really, Mrs. Getz. So on the 11th, if you guys wait until the day before to make that decision, we got a plan in place to make sure that's communicated.
Yes, sir.
People are going to scream no matter what, so communication will be key.
Absolutely, and I'm going to be honest, we agonized over this, and the bottom line is we do not want to say right now schools are closed and then the bridge doesn't get closed, it's not repaired, and then we miss that day. We want students in school, and so that's why we thought if we say by 3 p.m. on Thursday the 11th, we will make a decision, and we're either going to be in school or we're going to have an asynchronous day.
And
Question.
I think, if I can just make my point, this is really akin to, as Ms. Getz stated, a weather-related situation, because we just don't know. If VDOT, we're really at their mercy. I wish we could be definitive, but if VDOT at the last minute tells us they're not closing, then we are going to have to pivot and make another decision. So that's what's making this really challenging for us.
Mrs. Tynes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Getz, I understand everything, but I know you're going to have something in place to send out to the parents to communicate with them what's going on. How soon will you be getting that to the parents?
We will share the plan as soon as, it's already out.
It, so you can send it out to the parents tomorrow.
Yes, they can definitely know the plan A, plan B, primary dates, backup dates, and what we're going to do in response. Absolutely.
And I don't think it should be an issue if the parents get it ahead of time and understand that, hey, it all depends on VDOT, okay?
Yes.
We may not get a notice 3 hours before and the superintendent makes a decision. The parents at least would have had some notice ahead of time to have a plan for themselves, okay? Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions?
I got one thing. It's not necessarily a question, though. We've all known about this for some time. We just didn't know when it was coming. And regardless, everyone here, you, me, everyone else, we're all at the mercy of VDOT.
Yes.
I've got to deal with it myself, trying to figure out how I'm going to get to work.
Mm-hmm.
But the bottom line is, I think parents are already aware of what's taking place. And as long as, something is conveyed to the parents, letting them know what the plan is going to be, it could be 3 hours before you get a definitive answer. And if that can be handled just like, emergency, closures due to inclement weather or something like that, I don't think you're going to see too much of a backlash with parents. Because like I said, this is something we've known about for quite some time now.
Okay.
That was it.
Okay. All right, the clerk will take the vote. Okay, and that passed unanimously. Mr. Marsh?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, in concert with that motion, I would also motion to change January 31st, 2024 from a student holiday to a regular school day.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion, we've got a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, the clerk will take the vote.
I'm going to take a verbal. Mr. Cunningham?
Yay.
Mr. Wooster?
Yay.
Mrs. Tynes?
Yay.
Mr. Marsh?
Yay.
And Mr. Colick?
Yay. And that is everything on the calendar, correct? Okay. So next we are going to go to the all-in plan, and Mrs. Getz will present it.
All righty. I'm going to try to get it together for this one, y'all. Okay. Okay, so All in Virginia was signed by Governor Youngkin, House Bill 6001, Senate Bill 601, which provides significant funding to public education. You've probably heard about it. It's been quite a bit on the news. We have been awarded the $1.817444 million in funding, and I'm going to go over the details of what that does entail for us. All school divisions were required to submit a spending plan for VDOE approval, which we have done. This is not a grant in the sense like you think of Title I, where we have to get a grant approved. It goes through a lengthy process in order to get the money. This is different. It was a much shorter process. We were granted or given the money, the amount of money, and then we had to complete a spending plan. It's not a grant application. So I just wanted to make that distinction. So it does have 3 parts that are required as part of All in Virginia. The first is high-intensity tutoring. So this is tutoring provided to students between 3 and 5 days a week. Students have to be identified, and then they have to be targeted for that tutoring. It's 2 parts. It's 30 minutes with direct instruction with a tutor, and then it is 30 minutes of online intervention with an online program. The next part is the Virginia Literacy Act, which goes into effect next year. It does require us to purchase additional materials, and I'm going to go into each of one of these a little in more detail. And then lastly, we also must address chronic absenteeism. You know, we've discussed that before. It is something that has been an issue for us. Actually, it's always been an issue. However, it became much worse since COVID, and it's bad across the state of Virginia, across the country, actually. And so the governor has asked that we put plans in place to address that as well. So I wanted to just mention, before I dive into the all-in tutoring, because I've talked to you all before about the tutoring grant that we did receive through ESSER. So we applied for and received an ESSER tutoring grant. And I'm telling you about this because it's different from All In, and so I just want to distinguish the two. This grant is currently ongoing right now. We are in the midst of this grant. It is 2 parts, and again, we had to apply for this and receive this as a grant. One is in-school tutoring that happens during the school day. That is the amount you see before you is the amount that we still have remaining in this grant. That part, the in-school tutoring, is going to be very similar to the all-in tutoring. This also grant, we also have a separate component, and it is before and after school tutoring, and that is the amount that we have remaining for that grant, which will be spent out this school year. Of that, we still have some unfilled positions. Quite honestly, we're having a hard time getting either outside people or our current people to want to do the additional tutoring. So we are still, if anyone's listening, we are still looking for tutors to come in during the school day to tutor our students, middle and elementary schools. If anybody's interested. So I wanted to mention that because that is ongoing and has been. All right, now let's jump ahead to all in. So all in, we must identify students using multiple data points. We use the SOL test, we use the student growth assessments, STAR testing, PALS testing, other common assessments that we take throughout our division, and then we can also go with teacher recommendation. We use all of these things. Plus, we consider, is the student receiving any other intervention services? You know, we have multiple. I just talked about intervention services with the ESSER tutoring. We also have Title I tutoring. So we have other interventions that are already in place and are ongoing right now. If students are receiving an intervention, we don't have to give them another intervention, but students who qualify and do not currently receive an intervention are on our list for all-in tutoring. Because each school is very different with the numbers, we are having each elementary and middle, they are working with our guidance, of course, to design their own tutoring program. Like I said, Carsville's needs are very, very different from Westside's tutoring needs. So it cannot be a one-size-fits-all. So we have parameters in place, and then we're working with the principals for what their school specifically needs. So the $1.1 million that you see there, that is the amount that is allocated to tutoring. And this amount, this will go for 2 years. So we will start this when we return as soon as possible, definitely by February, I hope. We are rolling with tutors. We will spend as much as we can this year. I mean, we want to enrich, those students with the tutoring as much as possible. I think the thing that will really determine is getting people on board to tutor. So we will have our own teachers tutoring. We will also look for additional outside tutors. The next part is the Virginia Literacy Act. So we must select and purchase VDOE approved literacy curriculum for K-5 and supplemental resources through grades 6 through 8. We have a committee. We've been meeting. We've set the job of the committee. We have the plan to review the new curriculum available, and we are going to select between January, February, March. We will have a selection ready to go. So we have received what VDOE has approved, and it's still ongoing. It's not done through them. So that's kind of holds us up a little bit because we're waiting for all of the approval to be finalized through VDOE. We do not have anything for the supplemental resources yet, but we do have information for K-5 curriculum. So we will be selecting that. We have a teacher committee, administrators, teachers from every school will be involved in selecting the new curriculum. It's a big deal for teachers. It's a big part of their job, and so we definitely want them involved in selecting what we're going to be using. $530,000 can be allocated towards the purchase of new materials. I will tell you that may not cover it. So I'm just going to be very upfront. When you select a new literacy program, it can be very expensive I mean, close to $1 million is not uncommon, so it can be very expensive. I don't know yet because we haven't selected the actual materials yet, but we'll be working on that, and I will certainly bring you that information once I have it. Chronic absenteeism, and I just want to share this before we talk about the all-in plan for chronic absenteeism. But as you can see, our schools, between the last 2 years, our schools have done a pretty good job of reducing. So what you see, Carrollton, for example, they had a 21% chronic absenteeism rate. The year before, last year, they were able to reduce that down to 12.7, which is very impressive. And the schools have made significant gains, but it's still high. It's higher than we want to see it. Chronically absent students, obviously, they're not getting the instruction that they need. If you're not in school, you can't get the instruction. And so this is something we definitely realize that we need to do more with. And in order to do that, we really need to have personnel. Our schools are working very hard to contact parents, meet parents, do home visits, but it is a big job. And it definitely requires more support for our schools in order to really, I think, have more of an impact than they are able to have at this point. So we are proposing in our proposal that we use this to hire a person, and the person will be funded through All-In over the next couple of years. And that would amount to about $178,000 to be given to the absenteeism portion of All-In. And just to reiterate, we must address all three of those components. You can't address, oh, we're going to put it all in tutoring. No, you cannot do that. You must address all three components with your all-in plan. And I'm going to pause and open it up for questions. Mr. Marsh.
Thanks, Ms. Getz. So this is a funded mandate.
Yes, and that is a great thing.
Mm-hmm. Yes, most grants come with a string.
Yes.
This is a funded mandate.
Correct.
So if I understand it, this really doesn't cost anything to local tax dollars, but I think there's a few exceptions if I've read between the lines correctly. VLA requires us to purchase curriculum.
Mm-hmm.
Do we use the mandated funds to purchase that curriculum?
Yes, we will use the funds that have been set aside, which is that amount, for curriculum.
And you said that would not be enough?
Probably not.
Okay.
It could be, Mr. Marsh, but my past experience tells me probably not.
Understood. Fair enough. So you will keep us abreast as this progresses and you start shopping for curriculum.
I will.
Which brings me to my next question. It said that the curriculum, the VLA stuff has to be VDOE approved curriculum. We still get a jump on that, right? The school board gets to look at it?
Once it's been approved by VDOE, then it has been vetted and we are able to purchase it. It's going to be through a committee, but
I guess to be straightforward, does this school board get a vote on this curriculum? Or are you going to go out from here, pick it from the VDOE and implement it without the school board's?
it will be put out for review, for community review, just like we would do any curriculum. So at that point, you would have an opportunity to see the curriculum, yes.
Okay. Okay. When does the clock start for All-In? We got 2 years. When does that clock start?
Immediately. We have not, we're asking tonight, I think in the action item, to approve receiving the funds and then for it to go to the Board of Supervisors. So once we receive the funds, we're ready to roll.
Understood. On the absenteeism slide, if we could go back.
Sure.
That slide on the numbers, are those students or percentages?
It's percentages of chronically absent. Chronically absent means you've missed more than 10% of the year. Okay. So if you think of 17, 18 days, so that's the percentage of students who have missed that many days. which is a whole lot.
Still pretty significant numbers.
Oh, yes.
Last questions, and I'm going to yield, Mr. Chair, I promise. The $178,000 for there.
Yes.
Does that include benefits?
Yes, it's half of this year and then all of next year. So this year, yes, we're hoping that it will cover that. Okay. But it would all depend on the actual.
So we could go over.
I guess it's possible.
Okay. Just like to set expectations. That's all.
And again, it's up to 2 years, so we would have, obviously, the remainder of this year and next year, and I think to Ms. Guest's point, if we look at half this year, and then all of next year, we've sort of calculated this out, and we do think that this would be enough salary and benefits to definitely get us through this year, and we think next year as well.
Yes.
And we'll certainly do the math before putting this out.
Okay.
Right.
And can we do a mid-year kind of assessment as to where we are? Absolutely. Okay. I yield, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Lister.
I've got a few more questions for you on this.
All righty.
The all-in plan, this is a one-time fund, correct?
Well, we don't really know that. This is what we have received right now. Could there be additional monies? Yes, it could be.
Okay. Because what I'm looking at here, it's showing, well, you're talking about hiring a grant-funded position to address the chronic absenteeism. What I'm looking at is $64,972.50 for fiscal year +24, and again, $113,3250 for fiscal year '25. My concern is with that $178,006, what happens when that funding has expired? What happens to that grant-funded position at that point? Is this something we're going to look at budgeting to continue, or is this going to be a, per se, temporary position until the absenteeism is corrected?
I mean, as with other things like this, we typically roll those duties into another position. So if the money is gone, and if the state does not supply us with additional money, which we do not know at this point, it could happen, then yes, that would not be, there would be no money available for that. So we would have to look at rolling it into another position.
I yield.
Does anybody else have any questions? I just want to mention the chronic absenteeism. I looked at the numbers that you provided, 21 to 22 versus 22 to 23. It looks like all the schools are on the right trajectory. I actually tried to do, I'm not good with numbers, but I did try to do a few percentages, and I see that Georgie Tyler reduced by over 63%. Another one, Westside, 66.7%. Smithfield High, over 60%. So we're on the right path. So I'm just praying all this effort and the monies that we get, can really put us down there much lower than what the state wants. And I've got to commend the principals and administrators for what they've done so far.
And I'm really glad that you mentioned that, Mr. Collick. It has taken an incredible amount of time. All the schools will tell you, to really impact this, it's time. It's hours of phone calls, parent meetings, visiting homes, hours.
Certainly. Multiple hours for just one kid.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I get it. All right. Thank you very much.
Yes, you're welcome.
And the all-in plan, we're going to make a motion later in the meeting or right now?
Is that now? It's now, I believe.
It's right now. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the request to increase the FY 2023-2024 grants fund budget due to increase in funding for the all-in plan in the amount of $1,078,000 $817,444.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, the clerk will take the vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you again. Next, we have Mr. Cooprider. He's going to present a request to sell surplus technology equipment.
Good evening, Chair, Board, Dr. Kramer. This is a request by the Technology Department to sell all of our surplus equipment. All of this equipment would be considered past its end of life and beyond usefulness. We try to do this every year on a regular basis, one, so that we can continually rotate that equipment, and also so that we can always try to recoup as much funds as possible. And the list is provided to you as far as our estimates. We do gather bids from, I think right now we're working on 23 companies, and last year one of those companies gave us a very fair amount, so we chose them, and we'd like to do that again.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Mr. Marsh?
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the request to sell surplus items with the data destruction guarantee as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Just one request, really. Yes. Mr. Cooprider, I presented the same question to Dr. Coleman the other day. Moving forward, after you auction this off, could you give us a report on how we made out?
Yes, sir. I can also let you know, last year we received about $70,000 for what we sold.
Good.
So I don't expect it to be that high this year. It's a much smaller number, but
Sure.
we do pretty well.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, the clerk will take the vote. And again, that passed unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Cooprider.
And Chair Collick, this 15.4 is going to be the memorandum of understanding for the CTE residential home project.
Okay. And Dr. Coleman's going to give us the Reader's Digest version of what we talked about a couple months ago.
Absolutely. All right. And this is just going to be a quick overview, Chair and school board members. And I have Dr. Kale here also if there's any more in-depth questions on the status of how it was actually originated. But this will be a signing off of the MOU. The town of Windsor has already signed off on the MOU. And just to briefly explain what the MOU is to the public, it is the town will transfer, and that's the town of Windsor, will transfer the property listed at parcel 54-01-019 North Court Street in Windsor, Virginia, to the school board via deed for the purpose of its CTE program to construct a single-family resident dwelling on the parcel. The project will be managed by the school board's CTE Building Trades Department with supervision from a Commonwealth of Virginia Class A licensed contractor. The project will, to the extent possible, emulate the size, character, functionality of the recently constructed single-family dwellings on the adjacent properties. Upon completion of the project, the school board, CTE, will list for sale the parcel and project at a fair market value, consistent with recent sales of adjacent and comparative properties. After the successful completion of the parcel and project and the sale of the same project, the school board shall first use proceeds from the sale of the parcel to remit to the town the amount equivalent to the tax assessment, plus reimbursement for all permits, fees, costs related to the project, which shall but not be limited to zoning permit and application fee and water tap fee and several other fees. Such further proceeds from the sale shall be retained by the school board to facilitate future practical training of students. And once again, Dr. Kell is here to go in any more in-depth, but this is the MOU with the town of Windsor, and the town of Windsor have signed off, plus the town of Windsor attorney has signed off on this MOU. So at this time, we just need
And
you.
board members, this was an informational item, I believe, about 2 months ago.
It was.
So it may sound very familiar to you tonight.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the memorandum of understanding between the Isle of Wight County School Board and the Town of Windsor as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Okay.
Doc Coleman, real quick, so the Town of Windsor attorney has reviewed it. Has our attorney reviewed it? We're good to go with all that?
Yes, our attorney has reviewed it also, and we're good to go.
Okay, the clerk will take the vote.
I'm going to do a verbal. Mr. Cunningham?
Yay.
Mr. Wooster?
Yay.
Mrs. Tynes?
Yay.
Mr. Marsh?
Yay.
And Mr. Colick.
Yay. Okay. Yes.
Move on. I would like this being my last night, and it's just one, I thought about this when I was listening to Dr. Coleman. And the CTE students, they have done great things in all of the programs. If the town of Windsor is willing to donate this property to those students so they can build this home and then sell it to someone, I was just thinking, with all of the development that we're going to have going on in Isle of Wight County, maybe we could talk to some of those developers about donating a lot to our CTE program.
Wow.
And have those students to come over and build a home. Absolutely. And then we will have more families able to live in our community, okay? Because this could be one of those homes, it could be for someone that comes to our meetings from the sheriff's department that may not be able to afford one of the other homes that we have around here, but can afford that, okay? Y'all think about that. I'll work with you on it if you like, outside.
We'll hold you to it.
Because they're coming to our community. They need us, we need them. So it'll work out for everyone. We're not asking for a lot, just a lot, okay?
Unintended.
No pun intended.
Yeah.
All right, so clerk, you're going to keep me straight. We're going to
16.1.
what was 16.3.
Mm-hmm.
And Ms. Harris?
Yes. And I'm going to distribute a corrected copy of one of the sheets I handed to you.
Okay. We are on the financial monthly reports.
It's 16.1.
Good evening, Chairman Colick, Vice Chair Marsh, and all of the remaining school board members, and Dr. Kramer. Before you is the November financial reports, and I welcome any questions that you may have at this time.
Mr. Marsh, you have questions? Of course you do.
Ms. Harris?
Yes.
How's Isle of Wight County Schools #1 CFO?
Doing all right.
All right. So I had a list of questions, but I want to use this as an opportunity, and I'm going to use you as a sounding board to do a little exchange here for the sake of my fellow school board members, to bring these folks up to date and the listening audience of some of the ongoings as it relates to our finance department over the past couple, 2-3 weeks. So on December the 7th, the Isle of Wight County Schools Finance Committee, which was Mr. Colick and myself, Doc Kramer, Doc Coleman, Ms. Sullivan was there, and of course, Mrs. Harris was there. And we met with 2 members of the Board of Supervisors, Mr. Grice and Chairman McCarthy, and we talked about various things, specifically focused on the November 8th resolution to provide a 2% salary increase to our employees. So some of this will overlap, and we're going to walk into it. And let's just start by doing a little audit update. I know you have some prepared comments. Can you give us an update on the audit, and then we'll kind of muddle through this?
All right. With regards to the audit, we're still working through the audit process within our finance department. Has been working tirelessly in order to get this audit for FY23 completed. We have even received support from Mr. Christensen, who is helping finance right now, as well as working in correlation with the Board of Supervisors, county's finance CFO, as well as their team. We have been working together heavily since last Wednesday and being able to finish up the audit. We are going to be working this upcoming holiday break. The finance department here at the school board will be working, and so we're putting in the hours that is needed in order to be able to complete the audit before the end of this year, or the end of December, rather.
That's a good place to pause, ma'am. So do you have everything you need in place to meet our requirement of December 31st?
Yes. As I stated, finance staff will be working. We know that this is Christmas break as of tomorrow, but we have decided to work in order to be able to finish off the things that are needed from our end so that we can be able to provide the details that the Board of Supervisors would need in order to complete their requirements and their financial obligations. We will be working in hand with them. This is a joint effort. It has been a joint effort for the past couple of weeks, and we will continue to work hand in hand in order to ensure that they meet their obligations.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. So and I'll kind of roll back to our December 7th meeting with the two members from the county. Those gentlemen have made it very clear that this is a high priority, and we are throwing everything we need at Superintendent Kramer and Mrs. Harris and her department to get what she needs to get this completed as required by law. The county, as she echoed, county is working alongside her. Unless someone objects up here, I'll echo what the county supervisor says, overtime is authorized. So with that being said, let me just ask you a question. And I know you don't want me to ask you this because you don't like being put on the podium, but I'm going to do it anyway. You were hired in February this year?
Yes.
Since February, how many weekends do you think you've worked? All or some?
Would you like me to be truthful?
100%.
I have been working every weekend since I started February 17th. Actually, on the first day that I worked on February 17th, I actually worked till about 7 o'clock that evening, and that was on the first day of arriving here. So I have put in many hours and much time in order to continue to keep up with the items that is needed to keep the school board flowing.
Yes, and so I'm not making you say that out loud to draw some sort of a pity party. But what I want to do is draw attention to the fact that you have been putting in time quietly without complaint, getting it done. So as we unfold and work through the audit, so obviously we discovered a deficit some time back. You've been working through that. I don't think it's any secret that Wight County Schools has some internal financing issues to work through, and some improvements have been made along the way, and there are undoubtedly more that will come. So I wanted to bring attention to my fellow board members to make sure everyone knew that, and the listening audience to know that you folks are hustling down there. We don't have a bunch of overpaid administrators working 6 hours a day and taking off for a month for Christmas. Folks are getting it done. And that's all I want to say about that. Some of the items that were presented by Mr. Grice up at the supervisors on the 7th, and then as most recently as yesterday, through some ongoing discussions, was those gentlemen wanted to make sure that we were working to make sure it was complete. So I think I've nailed that done. There was conversation about the textbook fund, and we're going to cover that on the next agenda item, so we'll get into that one. Another thing that was requested from those gentlemen was that as we progress through the audit, any additional funds that may be discovered, they will not be rolled into the current operating budget, but they will be used to address the existing deficit. And if we can cover our existing deficit, any funds on top of that shall be rolled over to the county. So we're going to maintain that boundary between the current audit year, FY 22-23, and our current operating budget, FY 23-24. All true? Anything you want to add, Doc?
No, I think your questions are very timely. We, as Mrs. Harris stated, are working very closely with the county and their finance team. Mr. Keaton and I are actually having a meeting in the morning with his CFO and our CFO. So these are ongoing discussions, and we're working very collaboratively and in tandem with them. To your point regarding the Board of Supervisors, this is a priority for us as well, both the audit and the deficit. And certainly we are in agreement. Whatever funds we recoup as a result of our reimbursements will certainly go back to satisfy the deficit. So we are in full agreement with our Board of Supervisors as it pertains to the two comments you made.
Thank you, Doc. And so an additional point I'd like to draw attention to, and I'm confident that we've got some employees that are watching right now. They're dialed in, I have no doubt. On November 8th, this school board voted unanimously to approve a resolution requesting that the county provide, give me my number here, I got them everywhere.
45.
We requested $485,616 in local funds in order to ensure that all of our employees received a 2% salary increase. Just the way the calendars work out, our friends at the county are literally having their county meeting tonight, and they have or will be taking action on that. So we voted for that. It's our job as a school board to present a recommendation for what we believe is best for the schools. It is those gentlemen's job to analyze our county funds and the means of our taxpayers and make a decision. So in my view, whatever those gentlemen decide, the school board shall take it be grateful for it, and we'll adjust accordingly. I don't know what they're going to make a decision on tonight. I hope that they can find everything we've asked for. If it doesn't happen, we'll just have to figure that out. But I think that's a fairly overall synopsis of where we're at right now. And I think I'll yield, unless you have anything to add, Ms. Harris. I'll yield, and
I yield.
See if our fellow board members have any questions or comments.
Mr. Marsh, you put that very eloquently and concisely. Thank you.
I have a comment.
Mrs. Tynes.
I agree with Mr. Marsh as far as accepting whatever is given to us, because we don't have the control of what they decide tonight or what they're going to give us, okay?
That's absolutely
But
right.
whatever they give us, this board has the control of where they're going to utilize it, and not not the funding board. I just want to make that a point to all of you as I leave. You all are in charge of Wight County School Board. Citizens voted you in here to make those decisions for the educational system for Wight County. Board of Supervisors is only the funding body. They can request and ask you questions, what are you going to use it for? But it's up to you as a board to make those decisions where it will be spent in Wight County Schools, not the Board of Supervisors, okay? Keep it in the lane. We appreciate whatever they send us, but they do not have the authority to tell us how to utilize those funds. That's up to Wight County Schools Board, and that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions on this side? Okay, I actually have a couple questions, Ms. Harris, on the facility usage report. And if you don't have the answers for me now, if I can just get them after you're done with the audit and have some time off. Basically, I'm just trying to figure out how the fees are calculated.
If I am not mistaken, we have our fee schedule.
Okay.
And so when vendors or whomever are deciding to utilize our locations, we give them the fees based on the schedule, and then they have to sign an agreement that they will abide by the fees listed on the schedule.
Okay, I'm just curious about that, so I'll probably be in to see you after you get back from vacation sometime in February, hopefully. Okay, my next question is the check register. We purchased some solar panels for around $23,345. This may be a question for Dr. Coleman. I'm not sure. But basically, how long is their warranty period, and are we saving money on the electricity? And if we are, how do we know? And again, Dr. Coleman, if we don't have the question right now, I can get that answer after Christmas.
After Christmas sounds good.
All right, I'll hold you to it. All right, I'm writing it down. Okay, and the financial summary. Where is it? Okay, the financial summary, I'm losing it, but I got my notes. It says we spent 42.4% of our budget so far this FY. And last year at the same time, we spent 35.4. So, I'm kind of a little concerned about that. If you can explain that to me now. If not, we can talk about that next month.
I can do research as to what may be some anomalies, but keep in mind we did have a deficit in the previous year, so we did cut some of the spending in '23, which means that I can foresee that departments were spending more or utilizing funds in this current year to maybe offset some of the things that they were denied last year. So that could be a great possibility, as well as there could be some increases in some of the items. So I can look a little more deeper and provide you a more in-depth insight, if you would like, at a later time.
Yeah, if you would, but this is after the audit and after we get caught up from everything that should be being done right now. And then lastly, this is a question. I looked at the online budget book for this year, and it shows increases for FICA, but it doesn't show any increases in money that we put aside for other benefits. So I was under the understanding, or I am of the understanding, that when you raise someone's pay, you typically increase the amount of money you put towards their benefits as well.
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
So I'm just curious as to where, if anybody's taken a look at that, or if them numbers are correct, but there were just several categories of benefits that there were no increases that I saw.
Now, you're referring to the budget, the final budget report that was put online on our website. Keep in mind that was at a specific date at that time.
Right.
As far as me entering our budget into the Munis financial system, I made adjustments accordingly.
Okay, so that stuff is all fixed, so it should be accurately reflect how
That's
much
correct.
we're putting away for the benefits.
Yes.
Okay. All right. That is all the questions that I have.
I have, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
have one concerning the email that I know I got it this morning from you.
Right.
And I think you had gotten some notes or something from Mr. Grice.
I have, yes.
Okay. I did have a concern with that number 4, I think it was, as far as our administrators not receiving the increase.
Right,
Okay.
right.
Now, and he specified which administrators, which superintendent and the 2 deputy superintendents.
Right.
The monies that came down from the state, Governor Youngkin sent down, that's SOQ funds. The deputy superintendents are in SOQ. So they will be a part of that increase. Now, the superintendent that's in the state of Virginia, public schools, their contracts, yes, they are negotiated between the board and the superintendent. The superintendent is not in SOQ funds. Now, where I'm going with this is all of the other staff should get that increase. I don't feel like we need to discriminate and say who point fingers, you get it, you get it, you get it. Just like,
I'm definitely not trying.
I'm just saying this
Yeah.
because it was a note in the email that I
Yeah.
received this morning, so I'm going to address it, okay?
Sure.
And I'm just saying this to you
Yeah.
all. Don't get into that little tit for tat and start discriminating against people. This is another decision you need to make. That decision comes from the four of you, and Mrs. Perkins when she come on board, okay? Not the Board of Supervisors, how you distribute those funds. But I just want to let you know, you must give that increase to the deputy superintendents because they are part of the SOQ funds, okay?
Okay, let me respond to that because I think you bring up a very valid point. We cannot discriminate against anybody for any reason whatsoever. I did bring this up during our agenda meeting, pre-agenda meeting back in November. I am of the mindset because when I did all my research on SOQs, assistant superintendents are an SOQ position. I could not find anywhere that deputy superintendents were. Well, it's not. Well, it's actually not. I got clarification on that this morning. My logic flow, and I'm just going to tell everybody, what I learned this morning. I'm not going to mention any names, but we had, an individual who was promoted from assistant superintendent to deputy superintendent, received a pay raise as a result of that recategorization. Okay, for me, that tells me that he is above an assistant superintendent. He is a deputy superintendent. An assistant superintendent is lower. Now, had it been somebody that's promoted from an executive position, a director, to deputy superintendent, and that's the only deputy superintendent we had, the argument you make would stick. But in my mind, I don't believe it. But that is a conversation that this board has to have in the future. It's not something we're deliberating tonight, not something that we want to deliberate tonight. Mr. Cunningham.
Mr. Chair. All right. I've been on the board for 2 years, over 2 years now. From what I understand, this is a decision that needs to be made by the superintendent. He rates, whether you call them assistants, deputies, or whatever you want to call them, they are under the superintendent. We rate the superintendent. So the superintendent makes that decision. He can bring it to us, or we can take it to him, but he is the one who makes the decision on who gets the raise. We only rate the superintendent. And you've gone through the same training. So legally, we cannot discriminate against his staff. He makes that decision. I'll yield, but I just want to put that out so everybody understands that.
Okay, so I have never asked to discriminate against anyone. Okay, what I would like to see in our senior-most positions, and a number of positions, is have merit-based positions. So we've got somebody extraordinarily good. They're not getting 2% that the state mandates, but maybe we can give them a little bit more than that. Or, if anybody here has ever worked in a merit-based system, we advertise a position a little bit lower than most places around, but we can still get good qualified candidates who say, you know what, that's merit-based. I can get in there, I can work my tail off, and I can get pay increases a little bit better to put me above where I would be. Now, I've worked in merit-based systems, and that's what I prefer.
All right, Mr. Chair, I'll take the word discriminate back, because it's not discrimination, but the issue is, to me it is, but play on words. I cannot see how we can take the responsibility of the superintendent away from him. I mean, and maybe this is something Mrs. Sullivan needs to help us with on understanding how you evaluate employees. Because I'm not an attorney, but I don't think the evaluation system in Virginia, it's not, what do you say?
Merit
based. I mean, you and I have been GS employees, federal employees, and it changed to merit based. But we can't rate people, civilians, the way they rate in the government. I mean, and I understand what you're trying to do, but we're going to have to change. I mean, you're asking us to change the way people are rated.
The only thing I'm trying to do is open up a conversation after the holidays. Okay? I never brought this up tonight specifically because we have a short agenda, and I would like to get people out of here. And as I mentioned to Mr. Marsh, I would like to talk about this after the holidays because I think it's something worth talking about, and I would like to talk to the individuals concerned along with Dr. Kramer to see what their thoughts are. If they were to say, we absolutely don't like merit-based, I would never try to impose it on them. But I can't see most of our people who could be merit-based not wanting it. It would floor me to see people who would not want a merit-based job, especially in senior positions, because, again, our experiences, that's where you make your money. But unless anybody else has anything to add, Dr. Kramer.
If you would allow, Mr. Chair, given that you referenced our conversation this morning, I would like to give our HR Human Resources Director an opportunity to articulate at least
absolutely
our perspective.
Ms. Sullivan, please.
Sure. So, can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
So I think we talked this morning about the SOQ chart, which, for those of you who have seen it, has assistant superintendent listed as one of the categories under the support personnel area. So there's a support and the instructional. Under assistant superintendent, there's also just general categories that involves multiple titles that can be placed into those categories. The SOQ is not specific to say you must have this particular position named in this way because they recognize that all of the counties in the state of Virginia might reference or name different positions by different titles. In our conversation today, we referenced the fact that some districts call assistant superintendents, they have a name as associate superintendents or chief operating officers or chief instructional executive officers. And so that assistant sup title does work to identify multiple titles that school divisions might use. And I think it would be best for the board to consider, and my advice would be to consider the role of that person and the job duties that that person serves in. And so typically you would look at assistant superintendents to serve as the person, the designee in place of the superintendent, and to work in a direct support role to the superintendent, which is what our deputy of instruction and operations do. They serve in the place in those areas underneath of our superintendent and then in his place in his absence in those roles.
Mr. Marsh.
Thanks, Ms. Sullivan. Mr. Chair, I think that the potential for a very robust future discussion exists, but for our purposes tonight, on the 8th of November, we unanimously approved the resolution. We sent it to the county. Those gentlemen are going to have to make that tough decision, and really we're at the receiving end of that regardless of how it turns out. So I would recommend that we
I 100% agree. Mrs. Sullivan, I appreciate your comments, and we had a good discussion this morning. So when we discuss this again, we probably have to go in a closed session, partly, and there's just a few things that reiterate the questions I asked you this morning. Okay? Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, we are going to go on to.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I got one question.
Yes.
It'll be a quick one.
Yeah.
Ms. Harris,
Yes.
in the check register, there's multiple entries for categories for athletic expenses, services, materials, supplies, et cetera. Do you happen to have a breakdown of what that is actually being expended on?
We can obtain that information as far as what is being spent for material and supplies, yes.
Okay, if I could get that at some point in the future, that'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harris.
Welcome.
Okay. Yep, rescind.
Mr. Chair, so I think Madam Clerk gave us all a hard copy of the resolution. Before I make the official motion, I would like to read it and get the nod from our esteemed attorney over here. I think the resolution would read something along the lines of, I move to rescind the November 8th resolution. Let me start over. I move to rescind the resolution from November 8th, 2013, that increased the textbook fund by $171,466,000. So what we have to do is we have to rescind the one from November the 8th, and once that's rescinded, we'll vote on it, and then we have to move to adopt the new one. So I just want to make,
So this was the resolution to, because
rescind.
I have a resolution to rescind. I don't think you need a resolution to rescind. You can just have a motion.
Motion to rescind the resolution.
Right, correct, and then adopt the new resolution.
Okay, so it would sound, I motion to rescind the resolution that increased the textbook fund by $171,000.
Yeah, adopted on November 8, 2023. I think if you do it that way, I think then you just rescind the resolution. You don't need a resolution to rescind the resolution.
Okay, so we'll give it a go here. Mr. Chair, I move to rescind the resolution that increased the textbook fund by $171,466 that was adopted on November 8th, 2023.
Second.
We have motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, the clerk will take the vote.
Correct? We're good?
There is, I would like you to give us a quick overview. So
Okay.
I've got an understanding that, why are we doing this?
Okay, so the reason why we are rescinding the November 8th resolution is due to the fact, okay, so with the resolution initially approved by the school board, we were asking to keep a portion of that 41,000, a little roughly over 41,000 for purchase orders from FY23. And then the remaining balance of the 171 and some change was to go towards the deficit in the operating fund for FY23. It was brought to my attention that because we have a shortfall, or in other words, deficit from FY23, that we could not bring over those purchase orders, as we really don't have the funds to do that. So we would need to take all the funds from the textbook fund to apply it to the general operating fund from FY23 in order to reduce the deficits. So that is, I guess, a regulation or part of the charter for the Isle of Wight Board of Supervisors. So if there's a deficit or a shortfall in one area, you have to move that into the area to reduce it. Other than that, then you can't roll over the funds that you may have in that fund. You may not be able to roll over those funds into the new budget year. So that's why we're rescinding the board resolution from November, because we was asking for the FY23 to be carried over to 24, and we have been informed that we cannot do so.
And Mr. Vice Chair, if I may just add a little more specificity, this is as a result of our conversations with the counties, Isle of Wight County's CFO and county administrator.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I believe we've got a motion on the table.
Mr. Marsh, I think when you read the motion, you said 2013. I didn't know if that needed to be clarified.
Did I say that?
Yeah.
Well, here we go. I tried to avoid
Sorry.
that. So do I change my motion?
Well, you can just clarify it, and then I think if you clarify it, it'll be good for the record.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I'd like to clarify my motion. And my motion moves to rescind the FY 2023-24 resolution that increased the textbook fund budget by $171,466 as adopted on November 8th, 2023.
We have motion and a second. Is there any discussion? There is no discussion. The clerk will take the vote.
Mr. Cunningham?
Yay.
Mr. Wooster?
Yay.
Mrs. Tynes?
Yay.
Mr. Marsh?
Yay.
And Mr. Colick?
Yay.
All right. Next, we have the new consideration of approval to transfer the FY 22-23 textbook fund carryover to the general fund, the operating fund. And so we are now asking for the board to approve the full amount of $213,466 to be applied towards the deficit in FY 22-23.
So, Mr. Chair, I move to approve the resolution requesting the Board of Supervisors of Wight County to reappropriate unencumbered funds from the FY 22-23 instructional category of textbook fund to the FY 22-23 instructional category of the general fund budget as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Are there any questions? Now, Ms. Harris, this will satisfy all our requirements under the administrative standards?
That is correct.
And then this will go in to pay the deficit?
Yes.
Okay. Clerk will take the vote.
Mr. Cunningham?
Yay.
Mr. Wooster?
Yay.
Mrs. Tynes?
Yay.
Mr. Marsh?
Yay.
And Mr. Colick?
Yay. We'll get to that after the audit. Okay, what's the next one?
So that'll take us to 16.
Point 4.
Student analysis.
Okay, so we're good. All right, we're going to get back on track here. We are at the student analysis report, so that Dr. Coleman and Ms. Briggs.
All right.
Oh, wait.
Mr. Chairman, School Board, in the last couple of months, we had opportunity, me and Ms. Briggs, to work with a company called Cooperative Strategies. We've actually explained this thoroughly concerning the student yield analysis and the developments all over the county. We also had the opportunity to work with the Planning Commission and trying to establish a baseline, trying to establish an idea of how can we go about working with the Planning Commission and developments to understand what's going on in the northern end of the county as well as the southern end. Since then, after we received the report, of course, we showed you the actual rollout of that report, and then we asked for a little bit more time in order to go back and decipher between the data to give you a more substantial report to be able to decipher. Earlier this week, me and Ms. Briggs had an opportunity to go to the Planning Commission with more data, with a more broken down data. And I just wanted to make sure I pointed out, just like we did with the Planning Commission, after Ms. Briggs received the information, what she did was actually break it down into a format that we have actually never seen before yet. The format that she's broken it down into is a more comparative study that goes through all of the developments, and it really gave the Planning Commission another insight into how to move forward. So the template is right behind you, and what we asked the Planning Commission to do was maybe we can get together and use this template that Ms. Briggs created. Maybe we can use this going forth in order to really come up with a idea of exactly what to do with these developments. So after Ms. Briggs.
Thank you, Dr. Coleman. So if you'll indulge me, as Dr. Coleman said, we've got this great data from cooperative strategies, but it seemed like the piece that we've been missing is what is the cumulative effect? Often we're asked for feedback on proposed developments, and we may have a development project they're going to generate 36 kids for our schools. Well, if you ask, can we accommodate 36 kids today, if they just dropped in our lap tomorrow, yes, we can. The problem is no one's really been looking at all the subdivisions that have been approved and determining what have those projections said on the subdivisions that have been approved. So that's what we started doing. You can see on the table that's been shared with you and that's on the screen. First of all, in this top section of the spreadsheet, we have what's called program capacity, and just to explain that, it's a little different from building capacity. Certain programs through the Virginia Department of Education are limited in the number of students they can have in them. So for example, if you have a preschool classroom, you're limited to 18 students. That same room, if it held third grade, fourth grade, it could have 24 or 25 students in it. So we really need to look at program capacity, not just building capacity. Likewise, if you had a special education self-contained classroom, that's capped at 8. So if you have more of those classrooms, your program capacity will change. And we've discussed before, Dr. Coleman and I, that really program capacity can be an annual, a number that's changing annually depending on what programs are in that building. So our program capacity for 2023 is listed there. We have our October 31st enrollment, and you can see the percent of utilization. And I just did a basic color code. Back in 2018, we did some long-range facility planning, and the committee that was involved in that planning came up with 3 key triggers for facility capacity. And the first trigger was at 85%. And I believe at 85%, and it's on the sheet there, they determine when a school reached 85% capacity, the division will organize a long-range planning committee to evaluate needs and potential solutions. At 90%, the long-range planning committee will prepare a plan of action, and the school board will review current and projected student enrollment numbers to determine whether a more aggressive approach is necessary. At 95%, the school division will have an architect create working drawings to address the plan of action identified by the long-range planning committee. Once again, these were recommendations. There's nothing in policy or regulation that puts these numbers as hard and fast, but it was just a best practice for planning for facility growth. So the next section in our spreadsheet, these are developments under construction. This is what's happening right now. And through our cooperative strategy study, we were able to look at the student yields, not just by elementary, middle, and high, but specifically which elementary school, which middle school, which high school. And you will notice that the developments under construction are projected to yield 550 students. That's under construction, been approved and are being built right now. And the majority, I think we all know, the majority of the developments are in the northern corridor. So you have a handout, and I think it's an attachment on the agenda that does include the numbers for the Windsor and Carsville areas, but we really wanted to focus our attention on the Carrollton and Smithfield areas because that's where the growth is happening right now. So when you factor in those 552 students, you can see what starts happening to our capacity. We'll now go down to approved. These are developments that have been approved, but the county considers them dormant because there's no movement on them yet. The approved but dormant have a potential for 456 students. One of them I will point out called Timber Preserve. This was approved in 1986. I think in the state of Virginia, once a development is approved, it essentially is on the books. And there's been no action on that. We don't know what will happen to it, but we included it because it is an approved development. And that is a fairly significant number of students. So now with what's been approved, everything that's under construction and approved, you can see what we're looking at with capacity. We have serious concerns with Carrollton, Smithfield Middle, Smithfield High. And Westside is approaching at 90%. And even our brand new school, Hardy, would be up there at 93%. Our final section of the spreadsheet shows you proposed developments. These are all ones that have come before the county, and we've been asked for input on these. If you look at what's from proposed, that's another 171 students. And all of these projections would yield over 4,700 students in the Carrollton and Smithfield area. Right now, our entire division enrollment is around 5,500. Our entire division enrollment as of today is 5,500. So one of the benefits of doing it this way is we can almost look, especially with the proposed ones. For example, Sweetgrass, when we spoke to the Planning Commission, that was the one that was really up for discussion. With the developments currently under construction, Sweetgrass would take Smithfield Middle to 101%, 97% at Smithfield High, 90 at Hardy, 82 at Westside. Because Sweetgrass, we rezoned that area. Sweetgrass is the one behind the Sherwin-Williams off of Route 10 in Smithfield. That would all go to Hardy. If you look at the developments under construction and the ones approved but dormant, everything is up in the 90s. Smithfield Middle and Smithfield High are well over 100%. So the point of doing this was to really show us what's happening, what's coming, and what could be coming.
Can we just emphasize, and I want to emphasize, these numbers are not numbers that was made up or came from the cooperative strategies, but these numbers actually came directly from the proposal of the packets itself. Each packet, I guess when you say, I'm calling it a packet, that is turned in, let's just say Sweetgrass, once the county figures the amount of housing, the amount of rooms, different things of that nature, the county comes up with the number of students that it will create. It's 77. So that number did not come from an outside agency. That number directly came from the housing development itself. So I wanted to make sure we emphasize.
I've got a question about that, Dr. Coleman.
Absolutely.
How accurate have they been at forecasting those numbers?
I'll jump in. Fairly accurate. I think Ms. Ring was sharing with us Ben's grant. The projection for all of Ben's grant would be upper 300s, maybe 387. Right now we have 313, but that doesn't count the apartments. Their certificate of occupancy, I think they expect to have that very soon, maybe even this month. So the apartments will start coming online. So I think these projections have been pretty close. One thing Cooperative Strategies did for us is they looked at actual yield versus projected yield, and this may be something the county will start looking at. The county has a flat number for apartments, for what they call single-family attached, like a townhouse or a condo, single-family unattached, which would be a single-family home, and then like mobile homes. And the study actually showed us that in different areas of the county, different zones, you may be above or below the number that's being used. And And that was really helpful because that gave us a truer factor to use when looking at these yields. I will say, on an average, they're pretty spot on with what the county has been planning all along. But I do think that missing piece, once again, has been this cumulative, this linear look at what's happening at individual schools with approved and proposed developments.
And one more thing, with the numbers, one thing that we really emphasized with the Planning Commission was that this is just data. We're trying to show you, give you the best decision possible, give you the best information to make that decision. So that's what we're providing for you. It's not to deter you to the left or to the right in the decision making. It's their decision. So let's give them the best data from the schools.
Right, and if I may, now when you look at the zoning maps, it looks really easy to draw some new lines to pull some kids down into Windsor High School and Georgie Tyler, and to maybe bring them up in the 80s and bring Smithfield High, Smithfield Middle down into the 80s as well. Eventually, that will probably have to be looked at just because of pure numbers. But has that been looked at at all, or is that completely 100% separate from this?
That is not separate. It has been looked at. When rezoning in Hardy, one thing that Ms. Getz and Ms. Briggs looked at was rezoning exactly where the lines were going to be, just exactly what you're talking about. And one thing that we found that by rezoning, looking at taking students to Georgie Tyler and taking students to the Windsor High School, we like to try to keep students off the bus as long as possible.
Yes.
But some of the times we're going to run into the 2-hour range. So talking to parents concerning having their students, having their children on the bus for 2 hours every morning and 2 hours in the evening, that is what's going to really drive the conversation in terms of rezoning, especially when moving students to more of a southern end.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and another piece of information, this is just data from subdivisions. We all know you have homes being built that are not part of subdivisions. The county estimates 25% of development does not come from subdivisions. So this is 3/4 of your growth.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Worcester.
These numbers that you have here, I know these are projections, basically estimates, which could be dead on or could be way off either way. Let's say worst case scenario, these numbers are 100% accurate. I'm more concerned with the time frame that we have to deal with this. I mean, you're looking at developments that are currently under construction. I'm looking at a couple of them that they just started. But looking at the other approved developments, do we have a timeline of events for the approved developments being initiated to completion? When would we start seeing the impact from those? I'm looking at a time frame mainly.
Well, the approved developments, that is the big unknown, Mr. Wooster. That is the big unknown. As I said, Timber Preserve was approved in 1986. Where were you in 1986?
Graduating.
There we go. So since you've been out of high school, this development, I was setting you up for that, has been approved, and these are the ones I call the locusts. You just don't know when they might happen. I understand Archer's Mead, which is a small one, they've been approved for decades. They're coming back, and there's some discussion. I think Bridgepoint as well. St. Luke's Village, that's the old Smithfield Downs Golf Course. That's been approved, but they are now coming back up with proposed revisions that would actually expand what's already been approved. The Grange, well, that just got approved. The park at Battery, it was just in the Smithfield Times this week. That one's coming back up for proposed revisions. So we don't know. But one thing we can do is, now that we have it this way, I mean, as they start kicking in, we can move them out of approved up into under construction. And Dr. Coleman and I did share with the county that another piece to this that would be extremely helpful would be, what is the build out, the time for build out? I want to say Mallory Point and Scotts Farm, which is under construction now, has an 8 to 10 year build out possibly. So we won't see all of those students at one time. I do think that's a very important piece that's another important component that I can see us adding to this.
And overall, this is the conversation that, once again, you're going to have, because you know that we can't wait until it happens to start planning. You know that it took 18 months to 24 months to get New Hardy up and going, and that's not even in the planning phases. So this gives you that foresight into the future to understand what needs to be done in a proposed concept. Once again, as Mr. Wooster pointed out, this may occur, it may not occur, but at least we have now, based off of this template, at least we have some progression moving there, and we can plan a little bit more accordingly.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Marsh.
So I'll start by saying I applaud you both. We've got some friends over at the Planning Commission who have started banging the drum a little bit differently as of late. And fortunately, you two have come to task. I think, and this is an overwhelming thing to sit here and study, but I think the fact that you've identified a program capacity versus a building capacity is something that has to be slapped against the table repeatedly, because that's significant. And I don't know that anyone's really thought of that before. I think you said that. I've had the ear, and they've had my ear, from a couple of the folks at the Planning Commission. And they asked me some pointed questions. I think they were conveyed over to you folks. Aside from the physical capacities, program, building, whatever the case may be, there's also you have to consider the cost. I mean, we're always talking about the nickels and the dimes, right? So aside from the building in and of itself, there's other things that come with this. Buses, drivers, teachers, staff, athletics facilities. I'm sure there's an onslaught of things that will directly coincide with student growth. So what's next? So I'll be the first one to admit, this whole planning thing is completely foreign to me. I know we have a planning commission. I know that the county has the end-all say-so on what happens and what doesn't. What's next? You guys, the planning commissioners, a couple of those folks said, hey, you guys did a great job. So kudos to you both for giving them the information and the tools they need. What's next? I don't know. I'm asking. I mean, I can pick up the phone and start asking, but you guys have been doing this, so what's next?
Well, one thing we did want to make them aware about was, and I know the talk of proffers comes up on occasion, and their attorney shared, proffers can only be brought up if it's going to have a capital impact, such as needing to expand a facility. But we did want to make them aware, we have to identify average per pupil expenditures, which is on our website. And the per pupil expenditures from local funds for this school year is $5,728 per pupil. So now you start multiplying $5,728 by the number of students that we're seeing from those developments. That's local funding that is needed to support those students that are coming in. That's not a profitable amount, but it is something to be aware that we have a per pupil cost. So it does put a little bit of a number on it. As far as planning for the growth, we shared with the Planning Commission that in our opinion, and we made it clear we were not speaking on behalf of the board, but there seemed to be two main needs. Do you want to finish it?
First being a new Westside. And the new Westside is not particularly for growth at this present time. It was for a new Westside. The building is older, and I think everyone agreed. And as you know, 4 years ago, it was one of the buildings that was chosen to be redone. So now in planning, in thinking about future growth and development, that's when we can get truly creative, and maybe New Westside can be something that can truly assist us in this prospect. But once again, that's the discussion. That's where we're headed to. Second will be the Smithfield Middle School, Smithfield High School complex. You can tell in all of the red going along, Smithfield High School, Smithfield Middle School is reaching that mark. Some individuals may state that it's not really overcrowded or different things of that nature. But once again, this is the data coming directly from the Board of Supervisors, from the Planning Commission, of the student analysis based off of their housing developments. And it's right there. They approved the already in motion ones also. So Smithfield High School, Smithfield Middle School in the planning processes.
And there's definitely a need to address elementary numbers on the northern end. What scared me the most, really, when I did this, was seeing Hardy at 100%. We just opened that school, and we have been rezoning things there because they have space. So there are some things that will definitely need to be addressed. We don't know what the answer is to that.
Right.
But there needs to be an awareness, and we hope that this has provided an awareness to the board.
So the Planning Commission is in receipt of this data?
Yes.
And can I assume that they're going to present that to the county in the future, or are they just going to, do you know? I don't know is okay.
No, I do not know what they plan on doing with this information. I know if they need us to discuss another subdivision or development, we will talk about that, but at this time, I do not know what they're going to use the information for at this time.
Yeah, they did ask if we were going to be sharing this with the towns of Smithfield and Windsor. Absolutely. And we told them we would, but it didn't come up about the supervisors.
I think that's where it ought to go. It certainly needs to be a part of the capital improvement upcoming discussions.
I think you're asking the pertinent question, and that is what's next. And I think that perhaps is where we come into play in engaging our Board of Supervisors in this conversation and finding out where do we go next. So I think your question is the question that we need a response to. And again, I think it's going to have to go to the appropriating body, the Board of Supervisors.
I think there has been some perception that the numbers that come from the schools are inflated deliberately for our advantage, and I don't think that's the case. At least from where I'm sitting right here, the last thing I want to do is end up in a spot where we're ordering a portable classroom. That's hot garbage and unacceptable. So we got to stay ahead of this. I think we got some tough conversations in the future, folks.
Yeah, one thing that I would like to know, and I know you guys don't know the answers to this right now, but what would be the appropriate size, I'm talking students, for the various levels of the schools, for elementary, middle, and high school? I know nobody is moving to Isle of Wight to send their kids to a city high school. Okay, we want to make sure that, that really doesn't happen. So, if you could all reflect and kind of look at that and figure that out, and I know it's not going to be easy. I don't expect to be done, January, February, but I think that will be an important topic of discussion with both the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have support services update.
Mr. Chair, what you have in front of you, or what's being passed out right now, is your work orders. It's going to be a very detailed work order report, and I don't have my copy.
Right.
And there's going to be a little bit more information. I'll get it later. There's going to be a little bit more information than what was requested prior. And what we're going to do is start putting that on the agenda so that everyone can see, thank you, the work orders. And from September 1 to November 30th, as you can see, there were 659 work orders created, total of 388 completed, and 271 open. And You also see everything is broken down by school, and November work order created, completed, and additional work orders completed, different things of that nature. Now, what you don't see on this form this time is the outstanding amount of work orders that was left for June 30th by the last company. And that's something that we're going to revisit the conversation in a little while, not tonight, but there were several work orders, and I want to say at least 40 to 50 major work orders. Mr. Wooster has seen several of them, because I know, because he's emailed me concerning why is this way. And the only thing that I continue to tell Mr. Wooster, we're working through it with the new vendor company, but these work orders are left over from our last vendor company. So not only are we trying to keep up with the work orders that's going on, we're trying to backfill and fix some of the work orders that was outstanding. So just wanted to let you know that is where that is. Okay. Also,
Dr. Coleman, before
Yes.
you go on, if I could ask, I love how you have it split up by schools.
Yes.
If I could ask for one more column.
No problem.
At the very end, how many work orders do we have left outstanding?
Work orders outstanding.
Yeah, how many have we not completed? Otherwise, this is spot on, exactly what I was looking for.
Absolutely. All right. Next, I wanted to touch on the Windsor Well.
Mr. Chair, before we move on, Doc, so this, when you drafted the contract with ABM, one of the positives that I saw in it was that if they came up short on staffing, we would recoup that funding to get our own staffing. So now that we're 6 months or so over in the school year, the moon, what do you call it? The honeymoon is
Right.
fading away. How are we doing on that?
I think we're doing outstanding, and the reason why is because of what we budgeted. ABM is actually going above and beyond. I don't want to go into details, but they're going above and beyond what was budgeted in order to ensure that we get caught up off of what was going on before they arrived. And at this time, that is no cost to us.
Excellent.
So we're working through it. Maybe we need to, let's say, in the next amendment, apply for more custodians if we feel that more, but based off of our contract, they're above and beyond right now. I've asked Mr. Christensen to pull the report several times, and every time the report comes back to me, go right here.
Absolutely. So Dr. Coleman has that report. The personnel report is sent to me every month, and I analyze that against the labor hours as agreed to in the contract to make sure that ABM is providing us with the labor that we're paying for, essentially. That clause was really put into the contract to protect us. We don't want to get into a scenario where we're running that personnel report and saying, hey, you guys owe us back X amount of dollars. We want the labor that we paid for, and that's what we're getting so far. We're actually getting more than that, as Dr. Coleman alluded to, but really that clause is put in there as a protection to make sure we're getting what we paid for, and thus far we definitely are. We're going to continue to hold them accountable to make sure that continues moving forward beyond the honeymoon phase.
Also, wanted to point out another item with ABM, something similar to work orders that never occurred. Here at Westside, there was a work order in for 2 years to put the electricity, to install the electricity for a curtain to divide the gym. The work order was in the program for 2 years. For 2 years we asked, and finally when we got around to it, the cost of it was $7,000. Based off of the contract, ABM did it for free because we have an electrician built into the contract. It's items of that nature that we never had before. So that's one of the positives.
Good.
All right. Moving on to the well, if possible, to the Windsor well. There's a lot of questions concerning the Windsor well. The Windsor well has been installed, hooked up, and it has passed the Virginia Department of Health requirements and have also passed the first month of testing. The well will be tested every single month, and if anyone likes for those results to be brought to the school board meeting, that's too easy. I will make sure that that's a part of the meeting for the results of the water testing, which occurs on a regular basis.
I just want to know the fluoride. Fluoride bothers me. We got a lot of it in Windsor.
Now, just based off of fluoride, I did have that, based off of fluoride, the fluoride is the same as before, so we need to keep the RO system. That is one of the systems in the well to ensure that the fluoride stays at the levels needed. Okay? I forgot the name of the company right offhand that we outsource for that, but yes, when I said state is the same, the old well and the new well, the fluoride is the same.
Mr. Chair. So we have an RO at Windsor Elementary.
Yes, we do.
All the drinking water goes through an RO.
Before I answer that, absolutely.
Fair enough.
I don't really know plumbing.
I don't want to ask you a loaded question.
Yes, but I will find out everything that you need to know about an RO system, and I'll have it ready for January.
Yes, reverse osmosis.
Yes. Yeah, I find out everything you need to know.
Be interested to know, just out of curiosity, how old is that piece of equipment and what's its state and so on and so forth. Because if the well took a dump, then
All right, I will find out everything for you.
just curious. Thank you.
I
Doc.
understand. All right. Also, restrooms being upgraded. Once again, Smithfield Middle School and Westside. The restrooms, I don't know if you had a chance to use the restroom on the front hall. Now it's plans to move throughout this building using ABM contractors to redo all of the restrooms, redo those urinals, redo all of the principals can tell you about the plastic bags that were across the toilets and the urinals for months and months, but now those plastic bags are coming off. Dr. Kramer has made sure that we meet and do school walks on a regular basis looking for that.
That is a priority for me. I think it's absurd that we have plastic bags over our urinals for an extended period. So I put a lot of pressure on Dr. Coleman and the ABM staff, and I literally walk around with them. I do not want to see more plastic bags on our urinals or toilets. It's unacceptable. And I think most, I can't say all, one school, I won't mention the school, there were several, and I think there were 2 left. My expectation is that those 2 have been also removed.
Right. I will ensure that they are. I'm not going to say they are right this time, but I will ensure that they are. Last, I want to bring to your attention holidays. For the first time, what we're going to do this holiday season is energy savings. Working with ABM and their energy savings team, we're going to ensure that the HVAC is cut down to a minimum. Also, we're tracking all facilities requests to ensure that those individuals who do have the building facility requests are comfortable at that time. And HVAC lights, ensuring that all lights are off, making sure that we're getting it down. So energy savings for every break moving forward. Once again, another savings that ABM has brought to us that was promised before, but now we do have that. And I just wanted to make sure I emphasize on Mr. Walters. He made a great point concerning the HVAC and different things at different schools. There's only 2 schools in the division left with a 2-pipe system. And I think that y'all know by now, the 2-pipe system is a system that you can't really control like that. That is Windsor High School and Carrollton Elementary School. Those are the 2 schools in the division with the 2-pipe system. And you already know you have the quotes and everything for Carrollton. So with that said, I understand what the young man was saying, and they do have a 2-pipe system out there.
I trust that Connor will continue to put you on report, Doc.
I guarantee he will.
I have a question. What is the system that they have at Smithfield High School?
Smithfield High School was replaced
Just
3 years ago, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, with a PAC system, meaning there's 24 different units on the top, brand new, and we removed the old boiler. Well, we decommissioned the boiler. We haven't removed it yet. But it was the old boiler system, as you were referring to, but now it has a PAC system on there, maybe 24 units, rooftop units, to control all the HVAC at Smithfield High School.
So now it's the same temperature control across the entire school?
The temperature is controlled, as far as I know at this time, the temperature is controlled across the school.
It's no longer 1/2 cold, 1/2 hot?
I have not heard anything about that. I'm pretty sure that it occurs sometime, but then that's when we call
You
maintenance.
would
and
have
inspecting.
if Smithfield High School, so evidently it's functioning. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. At this time, there was a couple of more questions out there concerning transportation, and I'm going to let Mr. Christensen address those.
Yes, so I just wanted to give a brief update, and I'm happy to answer any follow-up questions. I know that last board meeting we spoke in detail about the transportation department, specifically the needs for upgrading a fleet, and then the more urgent need, the repair of our vehicles that were off the road. So of the 11 buses, we now have 9 of those that have been repaired. Yes, that's thank you to the hard work of our transportation department. 6 of them were repaired in-house. So that's just our mechanics working their tails off. And then 3 had to go back from the manufacturer. Those were more specialized repairs, but they came back as well. And then in addition, we just received last week a new engine for one of our special education buses. So now they're starting to work on that one. The plan is to have that one back on the road by January 5th. So a huge amount of progress has been made over just the course of the last month. So big kudos to the transportation department. They've been working very, very hard.
Mr. Chair,
Please.
fellow board members, just for the sake of saying it early, I popped in on transportation earlier this week, very short notice. In fact, there was no notice. And Mr. Fike walked me around, and I was in the garage, and I actually saw Mr. Sully pulling the engine out of that sped bus. So it was neat to see him in action. They're doing good stuff over there.
Good.
If there's no more questions,
I've got one question for you. Since last board meeting, I know I got everything narrowed down to a time frame as far as getting repairs done. I believe that was, 6 to 8 weeks. I'm glad that I'm hearing this right now, but also what I want to know is how are we looking right now as far as, pick up and drop off for students? Are we back on track with the normal time frames? Where are we at with that?
We are. So there's a couple of components to that. As far as the buses are concerned, we've got the buses to handle the pickup and drop off without having to double back. If one's broken down in the morning, we've got one to go to for a spare. The only thing that's going to cause a double back at this point in the game would be driver call out. And that's something that, of course, is a little more difficult to predict. But if we had a large number of drivers call out on an unexpected day, of course, that may occur. But it's not occurring at this point because of a lack of buses. So at least the things that we have more control over, we've taken care of. And I've been getting those calls and emails from the parents, and they've definitely subsided. I haven't heard as much, so I'm in that sense, less news is probably good news. So I think we've done a lot of work to help resolve those issues as well.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. So it is 8:47, so at 8:57, we will come back. We're going to recess for 10 minutes. The Wight County School Board is back in session. Next, we will have the superintendent's update.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Cooprider, are we set, sir? All right, you'll take it. So I'm going to just jump in, and we'll have some of the visual illustrations there. So as we all know, Isla Wight has the very best Veterans Day celebrations, and I'd like to thank our students and staff at Smithfield High for honoring our veterans at the second annual Honor a Veteran with a Student Luncheon, and you see some of the photos there. The veterans who participated were very grateful, and that was the second year they did that. Here at Westside, thank you for honoring and recognizing our veterans at the Veterans Day celebration. The school-wide parade, second to none. If you have not seen the Westside parade, and again, you see some of the photos there, absolutely amazing. And thank you to Smithfield Middle, Windsor Elementary, and Carsville Elementary for recognizing and honoring our veterans at their respective Veterans Day celebrations. So kudos to our staff members at these respective schools and to our students. And we have a number of veterans here, and it was great to see you all out. In fact, I think I saw Mr. Collick's picture in several places as a young Mr. Collick. So it was great to see you gentlemen out and to have you acknowledged as well. Next, our Virginia School Boards Association, along with several staff members, I was able to attend the VSBA conference in Williamsburg, Virginia. As you see from the photos, our awesome students were in attendance and participated as well. In fact, too bad they're not here. Connor and Samantha won first place in the entire Commonwealth in the board's Jeopardy competition. They answered the most questions correctly with all the competition from around the state. Those were the two, and there they are with their awards. In addition, our agriculture land lab program and students, our student and staff, they were featured and presented as well. Mr. Judkins, Dr. Kale, and one of our talented students, Graham Roundtree, presented and represented our school division very well. So thank them, and I think Dr. Kale is here. Thank you all. It was also great, and you see the photo there to the left. It was wonderful to be able to hear from our governor, Governor Youngkin, regarding his agenda and expectations for school divisions and boards throughout the Commonwealth. So a very productive few days. Mr. Cunningham was there with me this year, so just wanted to share that. I've spoken quite a bit about my advisory councils. Last month, I met with all 4 of the superintendent advisory councils. I met with the student representatives from all secondary schools, came together to share feedback around current practices in our schools. If you can advance there for me, Mr. Cooprider. And thank you to our parents who served on the Parent Advisory Committee. It was great to reconnect with our parents and to get their advice. We have at least one parent representative from each one of our schools. Thank you to the employees who came. So our Employees Advisory Council members are members from each one of our schools, and we have at least one. In some cases, we have more than one. And this year, we've added a new Community Advisory Committee, which consists of local community members, faith leaders, business owners, first responders, and local elected officials. And what we do in these meetings, I, along with staff, we ask them pertinent questions, similar to what you did, Vice Chair Marsh, with our students. Really want to get their feedback on major issues, the calendar, the budget, et cetera. And that's going to help me when I convey their thinking, their concerns, their recommendations with you, the board. In addition, last month, the Newport News Shipbuilding State and Local Leaders Breakfast, I was able to attend the Newport News inaugural State and Local Leaders Breakfast. The Newport News Shipbuilding president shared and presented future career opportunities for students in the region. So Mr. Cunningham was there with me again, and we had superintendents and business leaders and elected leaders from throughout the region. I think the number, and correct me if I'm incorrect, Mr. Cunningham, that was quoted by the president was that approximately 21,000 jobs will need to be filled at the shipyard in the next decade, 21,000.
That's correct.
So there are going to be a lot of opportunities available to our students and others in this community. 21,000, that's approximately 2,000 jobs per year. And we have a number of partnerships that are burgeoning, and Dr. Kale will be coming back shortly, hopefully, with some good news regarding our partnership with Newport News Shipbuilding. Last, I guess the past couple of days, actually, not just last month, the Smithfield High and Windsor High and Georgie Tyler Middle School winter concerts. In fact, last night, I attended the Georgie Tyler and Windsor joint winter concert, and prior to that, I was able to attend Smithfield's. I'd like to thank the students for their great performances, and thank you to the chorus teachers as well. We see some of the performers there, Mrs. West, Mr. Fain at Smithfield High, as well as Mrs. Hazel for her work with the performance at Windsor and Georgie Tyler. We referenced this earlier regarding our school health team. I'd like to congratulate Mrs. Jessica Fertrell, who is to the left there, a registered nurse at Windsor Elementary School in April of 2023. She was the first in Virginia to receive the recognition as a certified heart-safe school with Project Adam. Recently, she shared this information with other school nurses at the annual School Nurse Conference. Mrs. Fertrell supported continuing education of other school nurses by developing a poster presentation. She won first place out of 10 presenters. Thank you, Mrs. Fertrell, for going above and beyond to support not only IWCS students, staff, and parents, but also supporting school nurses across the Commonwealth. In addition, on November 18, 2023, Nurse Heather Pugh, known as Nurse Shay Pugh, who's in the center there, is a registered nurse at Windsor High School. She passed the national test that grants her the title of a National Certified School Nurse. This is a title that is achieved through years of experience, extensive education, and rigorous testing. She's the first school nurse in Wight County Schools to achieve this honor. Currently, there are only 5,000 certified school nurses in the entire country in the United States, and congratulations, Nurse Shea, for being one of those nurses. And last, we see Nurse Roddy there on the right. We actually mentioned her earlier. I'll just end with, again, she is the Virginia School Nurse Administrator of the Year, so congratulations, Nurse Roddy. And again, Mrs. Briggs acknowledged her a little bit earlier, and she was here to be acknowledged. For our November ISLE Award presentations and recipients, they are as follows. The Inspire recipient was Summer Dawkins, a reading intervention teacher. Congratulations, Mrs. Dawkins. Top right, the Succeed ISLE Award went to my new friends, Mr. David and Mrs. Tammy Edwards, owners of Windsor True Value Hardware. A plug to them, great people who are doing wonderful things, helping our schools in that area, and significant support for the Agricultural Land Lab. So I believe in supporting people who are supporting us, so go see our friends there at Windsor True Value Hardware. Bottom left, the Empower Award was presented to Kat Breckenridge, president of the Wight County Education Foundation. Thanks for all that you do, Mrs. Breckenridge, and congratulations on your Empower Award. And last, bottom right, we have the LEAD ISLE Award presented to the Windsor High School DataWise Early Adopters. Pictured are Angel Randall, Jennifer Davis, Wanda Spotswood, Laura Tumanello, Stacy Lyle, and Mr. Scott Graham. Not pictured, but a part of this team are Dr. Chelsea Cope and Mrs. Tracy Ferguson. Our Teachers of the Year finalists: elementary, Faith White, third grade teacher, Windsor Elementary School, there to the left. Our middle school Teacher of the Year finalist, Mrs. Rebecca Cox, an art teacher at Smithfield Middle School in the middle. And our high school Teacher of the Year finalist, Mr. Scott Graham, math and physics teacher at Windsor High School there on the right. The division level teacher of the year will be announced in early January. So congratulations to all three. And next to last here, next photo, you'll see some interesting costumes there. This illustrious group of individuals, many from our leadership team, my wonderful colleagues here, you would not have recognized them yesterday, visited all of our schools and passed out candy canes to all of our elementary students, and correct me, ladies and gentlemen, if I'm incorrect. They then stopped in and visited at least the front offices in the secondary schools. Again, the Christmas outfits and attire were quite impressive, and I would like you to get a better visual of those at some point. So let's share those. But doing just great work and out and about visiting our schools and trying to uplift the spirits of both students and staff. So thank you all for the work that you did yesterday. Mr. Chair, my final comments are reserved for the lady to my right, and stop looking at my notes here, Mrs. Tynes, and this is actually personal for me. I'm going to stand up. So, Mrs. Tynes, you are the very first person I spoke with from Isle of Wight. I honestly, at the time, truly, I heard of Smithfield, didn't know even where Isle of Wight was on the map. I literally had to look it up. And you are the first person who called me and extended the opportunity to me to be here. You have been a tireless advocate for the school division. You have been an incredible supporter of mine. You don't mind calling me out in person. I appreciate it. We've had some conversations where we may have agreed to disagree, and you will pick the phone up every morning and advocate for schools and for parents and for staff members. And I just take it and listen because I know that you are doing your job. My family and I are eternally grateful for all that you've done for me. I truly believe that I may not be here if it was not for you. So thank you so very much. You will be missed, but from the bottom of my heart, I so appreciate everything that you've done for this division after 8 years of being on the board, 2 separate terms, and personally and selfishly, thank you for what you've done for me over the past year and 4 months.
Thank you.
Okay, cheese. Say cheese. Ms. Tynes.
Thank you. Wait a minute, let me take my mask off so you can take this picture.
Ready? 1, 2. Got it.
We have Mr. Marsh here, so we'll forgive you on this one, Mr. Elliott. Mr. Marsh's photo will suffice.
Taking your job, buddy.
That's right. That's right.
Thank you so
All right.
much.
And you get your comments. Thank you. That concludes my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Kramer. Okay, we'll get back on to, we'll go with the personnel report.
Okay, let's go here. Mr. Chair, I move to approve the personnel report as presented, a copy of which can be obtained from the school board clerk.
Second.
Okay, we have motion and second. Is there any further discussion on this issue? There is none. The clerk will take the vote. Okay, that passed unanimously. Next, we go to exchange students.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve exchange student 232404 for admission to Smithfield High School for second semester of the 2023-2024 school year.
Second. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this?
He'll second it next time.
Hearing none, the clerk will take the vote. And that passed unanimously. To the next.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve exchange student 232405 for admission to Smithfield High School for second semester of the 2023-2024 school year.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, the clerk will take the vote.
I said, he'll do the next time y'all get some students.
And that passed unanimously. We will move on to action on old business.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda as attached and presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, the clerk will take the vote. And that passed unanimously. We'll go into policies for first read. And while we're looking at that, I'll go ahead and read the donation memo. For Isle Wight Schools, we have a donation of $65 from Riverview United Methodist Church Women's Group, along with some personal products. The Women's Group of Smithfield donated 2 Visa gift cards to be awarded to the Above the Call of Duty Recognition Program. The Isle of Wight Christian Outreach Program donated $200 for the students of Carrollton Elementary School. Mrs. Ginny Ely donated $100 for any student in need for Georgie Tyler Middle School. Mrs. Susan Anderson donated art supplies for the art classroom in Georgie Tyler Middle School. And the Peninsula Rescue Mission donated 4 Thanksgiving meals for families through Westside Elementary School. Thank you to everyone for your donations. Okay. And does anybody have any questions on the policies for first read? If not, let's go to policies for second read.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the second read policies as presented.
Second.
We have motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, the clerk will take the vote. And that passed unanimously. Next, we have the January 2024 School Board Organizational Meeting Date, 4:30. Oh, I'm sorry. I am sorry. Motion to approve January 11th, 2024 as the regular school board meeting date for January 2024.
Is that your motion? I'll second.
Just get that. Okay. Now, I have a question on that before we vote. No, we're good. I can ask an administrative question. Okay. We had chatted about having January 23, 2024 organizational meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, and we've gotten the advertisement ready for that. And is it published yet? I mean.
Okay,
yes,
okay.
it's
I
already
just
published, yeah.
want to make sure we're not confusing
Yeah.
any dates. So,
Mhm.
and then this is the regular meeting.
Yeah, because this
I'm
was
good.
already on the agenda before we decided to do the
Okay,
meeting, so.
very good.
Mr. Chair, Madam Clerk, can we contact Board Member-elect Perkins and make sure she's aware of.
She responded yes.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, next is did we vote on that? I didn't see it was unanimous, correct? Okay. There it is. All right. Okay, next, regulations and exhibits. And does anybody have any questions on that? Okay. Mr. Cunningham.
Mr. Chair, I don't have a question, but this is the one about classroom displays, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I know it's already been adopted as of tonight, correct? I mean,
This is a regulation, so it's based on our policies. So actually, the superintendent's staff writes this and implements this.
Okay.
It's for our information.
All right. I just got a lot of my constituents sent me emails disagreeing with this. I just wanted to put that out for them.
Sure.
They don't agree with how this is written. They believe the teachers should have the right to put up what they want in their classrooms. And they quoted freedom of speech, that kind of stuff. Freedom of religion, freedom of speech. But I just wanted to put that out because they were saying they were going to come and speak on it tonight, but nobody did. So, yeah, I yield.
And Mr. Chair, I got some of the same emails from, as a matter of fact, I got them from teachers, several schools, especially on the Windsor end. And they wrote very professional emails. And I just listening to what they wrote, I agree with what those teachers wrote. But then I've had conversations since I've been here today, attending this meeting, and they said that maybe they didn't read it correctly. I won't be here to act on it, but I just don't want anyone to violate anyone's freedom of speech. And most of that regulation is really going to be a major impact on middle school, high school students in those social studies classes, history, government, civics, and all those classes. It's important that they are able to discuss. I know sometimes you might have subjects that are going to be uncomfortable for some, but that's what education is all about, learning, okay? And we are in the 21st century learning now. We must introduce these kids to these things, and our teachers are professionals, and we know that they are going to do it the way they should do it and not be biased.
I would agree with you. I looked at the edit, and to me, it is right along. It's lined up perfectly with our policy. So I think the folks that wrote it did a very good job. Next, unless anybody has any more questions or comments, we will go to board member comments. And we'll go ahead and start off with District 1, Mrs. Tynes.
Oh, I knew you were going to come to me first. Okay, I'm going to do my committee report. I did attend the Virginia School Board Association conference, and I went to that conference in Williamsburg because I was being honored. As a matter of fact, I had decided not to go, and I want to explain why. I decided because there were some other committees that met, like the CTE and all of those, I did not attend. And the reason I did not attend them because I have illness going on in my family as we speak. I share with some of you why I'm wearing my mask because I have to protect that family member. So I chose not to go into any school buildings during this time, but I did attend that conference in Williamsburg because I was being honored. And I really wasn't going to go until someone from Virginia School Board Association contacted me and said, we really want you there, we really need you there. So I attended, as well as with some local people here. Mr. Cunningham was one that said that as well. So I attended, and I really enjoyed myself there. As usual, we learned a lot. I don't know if Dr. Kramer, I may have omitted that part in his comments, but our band, when I don't know if you all could remember, in the spring, the Virginia School Board Association, they did their top order meeting here. Yeah. And you know, I'm always talking and promoting, and I said, I really had to fight for that position because Southampton wanted. I said, no, they're coming to Wight County. So everybody in the meeting said, okay, y'all heard that? We came to Wight won. And when they came, our jazz band, Smith High School Jazz Band, did the entertainment for that evening. Everybody raved over that band, as well as the CTE students, culinary arts, foods. So while they were there, I was standing there. I said, you know what? Invite them to the conference in Williamsburg in November. And I said, yes, our jazz band is going to be there. So they extended an invite to Dr. Kramer. He agreed, and our jazz band was there. And people were talking about that band that played during lunch. I think it was that Wednesday. So thank you to all of the students from Wight County. They did a great job at Virginia School Board Association Conference this year in Williamsburg. And this is what I expect of our students. That I think was that Wednesday night when we had the dinner. We always have the big group coming out of Virginia Beach, Norfolk, and all of them, the stream. They do a great job as well. But this is what I wanted to see in Wight County. We have little rural county students coming out and show that they can do their thing too, okay? And I was so proud of them. All right, going forward, I was also invited to the breakfast at the inaugural breakfast for the Newport Shipbuilding and I had, at the last minute, I had to say I couldn't go to that as well because of the illness. All right, this is what I want to say, and I have saved this for last. To the students of Wight County Schools, always follow your dreams and never give up. You never know what you can accomplish. Keep your eyes on your goals. I am not sad because I'm leaving, but happy because I made a difference. To all, at this time, I would like to say, Happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, and joyous Kwanzaa. And to all this holiday season, I wish you the greatest gift of all, and that is the gift of peace, love, joy. Good night.
Thank you, Mrs. Tynes. And District 2.
No, that's a tough act to follow right there.
But see, you're going to have days come forward. You can do the same thing, okay?
I don't have anything such as that, but I did have the pleasure of attending the CTE Advisory Committee meeting, which was held on December 5th. It was hosted at Turner and 10. Very informative meeting. There's many positive advancements which are on the horizon. Things that we're looking at, the proposal of first lab school, Wight County's first ever reverse job fair, and Dr. Kale can obviously explain more about this than I can. And the leveling up of certifications in all CTE programs. It was a very informative event, excellent networking opportunity, and just to witness the accomplishments of these students is simply amazing. I'm not even going to go into the hosting of the competition, but yeah, I would love to be there for that as well. I'm looking forward basically to what the future holds for these young minds, and I'm looking forward to the future and what everything entails. That's all I've got.
Thank you, sir. And District 3.
Okay, I've got a lot. But I'm not going to hold you up that long. All right, I'll be quick. November the 13th, Monday, I attended a concert here at Westside Elementary School. The 5th grade band, they did a great job. Very impressive. The band director, I'll probably mess his name up, Mr. Sorrell, it was amazing what he did, how he leads his kids And it was great. Wish I'd seen more people there. That's the only thing. All right, next, the 15th through the 17th. Yes, I attended the Virginia School Board Association convention in Williamsburg. Learned a lot, as I always do. I believe this was the third year I've gone. Something we need to keep doing because school board members need to stay current. And the networking that I did with other school board members really helped. And also spoke with some superintendents to see what's going on at their schools. So it's a great event, as always. November 27th, I participated in the Windsor Elementary School shed ribbon cutting ceremony. Mr. Rogers, the instructor for building trades, our CTE program out at Windsor High School, he is awesome. I can tell you. And also he has the same major as me, technology education. But what the students did, if you can get if some kind of way, you can go out and see the shed that they built. I don't know if I should say it's a beautiful shed because it's a shed, but still, looking at what they did, I was so impressed. I tell you, it's just amazing what our students can do. November the 28th, I attended the Smithfield High School Fall Sports Awards ceremony at Smithfield High School. Another great thing, to see our student athletes do the things they're doing. I mean, they're making the news. November the 30th, yes, I went to the Newport News Shipbuilding State and Local Leaders Inaugural Breakfast. That was awesome. December the 6th, I participated in the Hampton Roads Educational Telecommunication Association Educational Advisory Committee at WHRO in Norfolk. That meeting's held quarterly, October 26th. This is where I've got to say this. It's very personal. I know some of you know my mom passed away on October 26th. It's December now. It took me this long to be able to say what I want to say. I want to thank everybody for the cards, the emails, the calls I got. I still get choked up thinking about it. It's my mother. I also want to thank Central Office for the flower arrangement you sent to the funeral. It really meant a lot, and my family really appreciates it. And y'all are family to me, honestly. And I'm not just saying that just to be saying it, because you know how I am. I get very sensitive on issues and things when the love is shown to me and others. You know, I'm not the type person that hates. I can't do that. I love. And I love y'all. I honestly do. So, thank you. Last but not least, Mrs. Tynes, thank you for your years of service to this county. Thank you for your years of service to our students. It means so much. Thank you for calling me and letting me know what I should be focused on and how I should continue on my next years with this board. All I can say is thank you, because without you, I don't even know if I'd still be here. But thank you. And I love you too. That's all I have. You.
Thank you. Mr. Marsh.
Man, you guys are making it heavy around here. Heavy. All right. It's been a busy month.
Yes.
Busy month. November 16th, Mr. Colick and I got called to the podium at the Board of Supervisors meeting. I won't say that was fun, but we did it. Yep. December 7th, Mr. Colick and I and the rest of some of these other fine folks, again, sat down with some members of the Board of Supervisors meeting. We got a lot accomplished. There's going to be more to do. December 6th and December 8th, I attended, I'll tell you what, Wednesday, December 6th, I popped in on a Windsor High School basketball game on sheer happenstance because I had to drop off a kid there. And my youngest, who turned 7 today, is apparently hooked on basketball. Friday afternoon, I picked him up from Windsor Elementary, and the first thing I hear is, "Dad, are we going to go watch basketball tonight?" Guess where I was Friday night? Watching varsity basketball. If you haven't been to a girls' varsity basketball, go. Them young ladies play hard. They play hard. I was sat there with my mouth open most of the time. What else we do? December 1st, and I'm guessing Mr. Collick will talk about this, we went up to Richmond with Board Member-elect Perkins, and we sat in a school board member association training. It was good stuff. Got to listen to Deputy Superintendent of the Department of Education, Schultz. It was neat listening to her. Tuesday, I had the pleasure of watching my child participate in a Dr. Seuss play put together by Mr. Spratley at Windsor Elementary. That dude has got some skills like nobody else to deal with that chaos. I don't know how that man does it. He's got patience of a saint. Yeah. I'll give a shout out to El Rodeo Mexican restaurant in Windsor. I don't know who made it happen, how it came to be, but if you go watch the varsity boys basketball in Windsor play ball, they got Windsor El Rodeo on their shirt for a warm-up shirt. And it was super cool to see somebody in Windsor sponsoring a team. You always hear about Smithfield Foods and this, that, and the other. El Rodeo, bringing it to Windsor. So kudos to them. So this wraps up my first year on this board. I've learned a lot. I've asked relentless questions. To my fellow board members, thanks for putting up with my nonstop questioning and the time that I like to sit up here and talk. So thank you for putting up with it and working alongside me. Mrs. Tynes, thanks for some of the spirited debate. I wish you all the best moving forward. And to the teachers and staff and administrators, thank you all for everything that you do day in, day out. When I first sat down up here, I had questions and reservations and doubt about a lot of stuff. This past year has been eye-opening. So thanks for what you do, and I look forward to working alongside each and every one of you for my next 4 years. And I yield.
And I'll go ahead and finish it off. As I said in my welcoming remarks, Mrs. Tynes, I wish you well. I know you're not going to sit at home. I know you're going to be doing other things and being very active. As you stated, you're going after your doctorate's degree. There's much to be said for that. This month marks the middle of my term as a school board member. So over the next year, I hope to be able to focus on two different areas, as well as the needs of my constituents and the staff members in the schools where my constituents' children attend, which is virtually every school in the county, being in the 5th district. This month, in no particular order, as Mr. Marr said, I attended SBMA training. That was a full day. Training went on well beyond when we could stay because we had other important duties to take care of the following morning when my wife and I had the pleasure to assist Santa Claus at Carrollton Elementary School, playing the roles of Santa and Mrs. Claus. We were told that over 300 children participated, and that was basically after I could barely walk because of back issues, but we helped raise a little bit of money for the PTA, so that was great, and we look forward to doing that again next year. I also attended the Beta Club at Windsor Elementary School. I don't remember the exact date. And then, of course, Mr. Marsh mentioned the different finance committee things that we've done. But I didn't thank the Board of Supervisors for their support. They've worked with us quite a bit. I've been on the phone with several of the board members on a regular basis. Believe it or not, they are always out there to support us. They are bending over backwards to try to figure out how they can support us given the very limited resources of our community. We don't have a big community, so we do have limited resources. And I do plan to maintain open communication with them, even though I will not be the chair or vice chair, to the benefit of our division. And finally, I want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, or Happy Holidays to anyone who celebrates any of the other holidays during this time of year. Thank you, and everyone have a good night. Does any other board member have anything else to say before we adjourn? This meeting is adjourned.